But it's a challenge to be a parent today. I had problems. I don't even want to tell you about it. I don't even want to remember the problems that we had. But we had to leave those problems outside because we were running a business. See, think about this. You go to work, you have a manager, a boss that does not like you. They wrote you all day long. How many managers and supervisors do we have out here? I hear you guys. I had problems. I don't even want to tell you about it. I don't even want to remember the problems that we had. But we had to leave those problems outside because we were running a business. Every day was a rough day for me. See, think about this. So you leave there, you go to work, and you go, you have a manager, a boss that does not like you. And then you go to all day long.
Is that you? Oh, I know what it is. You have my sight on.
Okay. No, baby, look, just don't pack your bags tonight. Give me another day. So you go to the meeting, and you've been dealing with this all day, and you go inside, and if you don't leave it outside in your car, guess what you'll do? You'll kill your business. Because people are looking at you. They need to see your enthusiasm. They need to see you excited about the business. See, excitement will win you. Without even knowing anything about the business, just being excited about it will get a lot more involved in the business. I don't know what's going on. All I know is he's excited, and I want to find out what's going on. So when you walk in, be enthusiastic. Smile, okay? I know some people don't like to smile, but it's okay to smile. Laughter is good for the soul. So if you smile, I mean, people open up to you. See, I used to live in New York, and that was one of my biggest problems with New York. How you doing? You had a good day? What's wrong with you? What you want? Laughter is good. So you smile, and people, when you smile and you're feeling good, you win people over. So are we gonna be enthusiastic? Do you agree to be enthusiastic? All right, we can do that. Next thing you want to do, when your guest shows up, you want to greet them, and then you do a couple things. Get something in their hand. Offer them something to drink. See, at every meeting, you'll notice that we have water or coffee or something out there for our guests to get. Why? Because it's something about putting something in someone's hand. Have you ever noticed, have you ever went to a restaurant or a club or something like that? If you watch people, you'll notice. They walk in kind of like, but watch them. The moment they get something in their hand, it can be water. All of a sudden they begin to relax, right? The wall begins to come down. See, that's psychology. I don't even ask people anymore, oh, here's some water. Another thing you want to do is you want to introduce them to other people. Very, very important. And that's why it's important for us to get to know each other. See, not only are we team, we're family. And as family members, we need to know each other. So it's important for each of us to get to know every last one of us. Talk to people, say hi, my name is so-and-so. Network with people. And by networking with people, you can find out that there are other people in this business, and you find out reasons why they're doing the business. Any doctors in the room? Couple doctors? When you bring a doctor down, this is your guest. Dr. So-and-so, how you doing? Good, good, glad to hear you. Look, I want to introduce you to Dr. So-and-so. Now, Dr. So-and-so, you work with eyes, right? And you're a doctor with feet, right? Y'all talk that doctor talk. And let them communicate. Because you know what's going to happen? The doctor that you brought down is going to ask the other doctor, come here, talk to me. Be honest. I mean, we're doctors. Why would a doctor be interested in a business like this? And see, your doctor, the guy that's already in the business, he can turn around and tell them exactly why. And that's why it's important to get to know other people on the team so you can introduce them. See, when people meet other people that's just like them, they begin to feel comfortable. See, understand something. When people come in, they have a wall up. Our goal, before the briefing even starts, is to get the wall down so that they'll open up their mind to see the opportunity. Can we do that? Yeah. All right. Will we do it? Yeah. All right. Another thing we want to do, when we bring people to the meeting, it's important. We need to sit with our guests. And for this, I need to ask a partner of mine to come up. This gentleman that I'm asking that assists me on this is a gentleman by the name of Reggie Stewart. He's one of the top field coordinators in the country. This goes to RVP, so if you help me bring him up, Mr. Reggie Stewart. Let's bring chairs up a little bit. Have a seat, Reggie. Reggie's my guest. This is what you don't want to do. Got a seat? Yeah. All right. You doing all right? Yes, sir. Good, good. How you feel? I feel great. Good, good. Hey, well, look, this guy up here, Mr. Delzino Wilson DiGriano, he's going to share a lot of information with you. So, look, I need you to pay attention, okay? Okay. Okay, look, I'm going back here with the big guys. I'm an EMT right now. So, I get to hang out with the big guys in the back. So, you just take some good notes, okay? You all right? All right. Yeah. Sure? All right. How do you think he feels? It's not feeling good. You might be the only person that he knows in the room. So what do you want to do? You want to sit with your guests. Sit with your guests. It's okay. How you doing? Doing great, my friend. How are you? Doing great, great, great. Another thing, another reason why you want to sit with your guests is because you can control their attitude. Very, very important. See, when you sit with your guests, you can force them to play team. Someone's doing the briefing. Hey, you got to work with the briefer. We're part of the team, right? So we're going to get into the briefing. Well, it's not time to sit back. So your guests will do exactly what you do. Now, this is what you don't want to do. Briefing's going on. Oh, this guy's a little long-winded. Don't do that. No, work with the briefer. Get into it. How many guys have seen a briefing at least 10 times? How many guys have seen a briefing at least 50 times? Yeah. Sometimes when you see the briefing and you've been in this business that long, how many guys have seen the same briefer do the same briefing over and over and over again? Don't they sometimes repeat the same dead jokes? But see, being team members, we need to work with the briefer. Get into it. They ask you a question, respond. Yeah, 6-second billing. Yes, sir. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. your hand. Raise your hand. So important. You guys send the brick to do the same thing over and over again. See, I gotta let you guys in on a secret. And we told this brick for this, but I don't know if he ever really heard us. See, when we were down in Atlanta, we were fortunate enough to have a great guy do all of our briefings. This man's name is Mr. Delzino Wilson DiBriano. Yeah, awesome. Delzino would do the same briefing, tell the same dead jokes over and over again. You guys saw him last night. You know, when we used the whiteboard, we talked about getting started in the business, and if you can go out and you can help some people get started, or you can go out and help some people save money on their long distance phone bill. We talked about signing up how many customers? 50, right? You know, when we explain that, we draw a square on the board, right? And then in the square, we put 50, right? Well, Delzino would do this. He would draw the square, turn to us and say, and I'm not calling anybody a square. Folks, that's not a joke. That's downright nasty. I'm not calling anybody a square. We would sit there, we would think, if we could show what we're thinking, we would look at each other like this. But see, because we're part of the team, we play team. When he said that, we did this. But see, being a part of the team, we play team. We participated. We kept the crowd upbeat. We kept it alive. Why? Because we wanted excitement in the room, right? Yeah, see, a lot of people think that it's about the briefer. No, it's not about the briefer. The briefer is simply out there to deliver information in 45 minutes. That's it. We want the briefer to give enough information to make people say, hey, sounds interesting. Ask for questions. That's all the briefer is doing. That's his sole or her sole goal, is to get people to ask, I wonder if. But it's the audience that make people really want to do the business. How many guys just work around the people that you really want to work around? How many guys just have a great time at your job? I'm not talking about ACN. Well, guess what? With this business, we can have fun. We can have so much fun. So we come in and we make people feel good. Hey, I'm glad to see you. See, it's not a job. We have no overseer, no guide. We're our own master in this business. So we get a chance to do what we want, when we want, make as much money as we want, and make as little as we want. Mm-hmm. But it's up to us. And we get to pick and choose who we want to go into business with. And we feel good about that. So when we come into the meetings, we show so much energy. See, how many of you guys ever thought about somebody and you didn't call them, but you thought about them, and a day later, they called you? Yes, exactly. You know what? Thoughts, that's energy. We send out energy into the earth, send out signals, and we transmit those signals to someone else. And for some reason, they're like, I gotta call Reggie today. Well, guess what? When you come into the room, your attitude creates energy, whether it's positive or negative. So if you're sitting in the room negative, guess what you're doing? You're creating negative energy. But if you're in the room and you're positive and you're upbeat, guess what happens? Energy is flowing left and right. And everybody feels good, right? You know what? I came out to LA a while back, about a year ago, almost a year ago. And I had to talk to LA about team etiquette, playing team. See, they didn't necessarily play team when I came out the first time. And I understand why. I went to high school in LA. I understand. In LA, everybody's cool. Right? LA. No energy in the room. I had a very good friend that I brought to the business, excited about the business. He's not a Bill Corey, and his name was Mike Hatter. I was doing a briefing. I looked out in the audience. I was like, oh my goodness. This is going to be a rough night. Nobody's playing team. Not even Mike. Mike was sitting there like this. I asked Mike after the briefing. I said, man, look, hey. He said, Marco, you did a great job. Man, I loved it. I said, what? You love what? The briefing? Well, he didn't show it. He said, man, I was so excited. I said, okay, Mike, if we're going to work together from this point on, you have to show me that you're excited. And then you watch Mike, he's like, and now those guys are producing and producing. See, that proved that team was very, very, very important. And when we do this, when we get together as a group, we need to create the energy. We need to create the excitement and make everybody excited. See, we tell people in Atlanta, look, if you're a little upset today, you may not need to be here today. Okay? And the team is so very important. But one thing that we must let people know, don't confuse playing team with believing that you just have to show up for every briefing without anyone. How many of you guys have experienced going and doing a briefing and the same 25 people show up and they're all in the business already? No guests in the room, right? But everybody's playing team. You ask at the end of the night, how did it go? Did anybody see the opportunity? Oh, no, we're all in the business. We just came out to support you. No, folks. We need to play team. But the reason we play team is to help other people get involved in the business. So never mistake showing up to play team with just thinking that you have to be there to play team. We want you there to bring guests, and you play team with your guests. Can we do this? Are we going to do this? All right. All right, another thing that we ask people to do, very, very important. We let people know up front, look, if you have a page, put it on vibrate. If you have a cellular phone, turn it off. It's very distracting for those things to go off during the presentation. It may be at that moment, that point in the briefing, that's going to convince your guests to get involved in the business, and all of a sudden, a cellular phone goes off. I couldn't believe it. I was down in Dallas. It happened. Cellular phone went off. Ring. Ring. Hello? Oh, yeah. Look, I'm in a meeting right now. Huh? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, all right. All right. Okay. All right, talk to you later. distracting. I stood there and I waited for him to finish. You all right? Okay. I'll continue now. Very, very distracting. Another thing that we let people know, look, when you come into the briefing, no in and out. Very, very important. See, these are little things that make the difference. It's those little things. No in and out. When you come in that room, that's it. Let your guests know, look, if you need to do something, we need to do it before the briefing starts. Because once you sit down, you can't go out. And if you do have to go out, you can't get back in. All right? Nothing is more distracting than to get started doing your presentation. And then all of a sudden, excuse me. Excuse me? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can I go by, please? Thank you. Oh, I forgot my tablet. Excuse me. Very, very distracting. It's important, very important that we let people know, look, we don't want distraction. See, your guest may be sitting right there, and it's that one individual that's coming in, turning everyone's attention away from what's going on in the front of the room to what's going on in the meeting. So can we let people know that there are no ins and outs? Can we do this? Will we do it? All right, very, very important. Another thing I want to talk to you guys about that's very important. When we do a briefing, at the end of the briefing, one thing that's important is to not try and close your own people. When I say close, what we're talking about is asking them whether they see an opportunity. Very, very important. Let someone else do it, preferably the briefer or some other leader in the room. See, a lot of us will invite friends, and what we must understand, our friends, they like us, but they may not respect our business opinion. A lot of us will do this at the end of a briefing. Ooh, excellent. Ooh. Well, did you you see something for yourself?
I don't know. I have to kind of take a close look at it.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you did see an opportunity, you would probably want to be you need to be a field trainer, but I know your situation right now. I know you don't have the money for field training. You probably want to get started as a customer rep.
You're absolutely right. I've been really looking at that field training position.
Really?
Right.
But I know your situation. I know you don't have money.
Yeah.
I know you just told me what happened, so I know,
Yeah, but maybe in 3 or 4 months or so, I'll be able to come up with it.
Just looking at your situation, I don't think you can do that. But look, I tell you what. Why don't you go ahead and get started as a customer rep? And I know you probably don't have any money on you.
So what you're kind of telling me is that you'll pay the $69 for it, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that, my friend. All right, thank you, sir. All right. You just killed that person's opportunity. And we do that without even thinking about it. No, let someone else close your people into business. Let someone else ask those very, very tough questions. This is what you do. Delzino, could I get your assistance? Delzino, you're going to be the briefer, and we're going to close it out.
Thank you for coming out. God bless you, and good night.
This is what you don't want to do. Ooh. You're pretty good, right? Yeah, man. Awesome. Yeah. Hey, he's one of the top dogs right now. Yeah. That's for now. Yeah, you know, okay. I'm getting ready to dethrone him. Everybody out there know it too. You wonder what the man? I want to say, look, he's a little busy, but you know, he has a lot of respect for me. So I'm going to get him over to talk to us, okay? Right? Delzino, come here. Come here, man. Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great, much.
You did better today. Much better than last week.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, look, I brought my friend out, Reggie Stewart, and yeah, he's looking at the business for the first time.
Okay, hey,
We used to get involved. We were involved in another business a while back, and I brought him into the business. We made a few dollars, and you know,
okay.
top dog there.
Hey, all right. Yeah. Well, Reggie, let me ask you a question. Do you see an opportunity?
Oh yeah, he sees an opportunity. I don't know why, but it is. Watch. RVP, 3 months, baby. One question.
Let me ask you a question, Reggie. What position do you see yourself getting started?
Oh, Reggie getting started, field training, man. Oh yeah, I'm gonna brought him out. Look, I don't need any customer reps in my organization. Only field training. Right, Reggie? Okay, I know you saw it. All right.
Well, you know what, Reggie? It looks like you're in good hands already. I'll just depart you two, and you guys can take care of business, all right? Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Look. I'm glad he left. He really don't know what's going on. I'm going to show these guys how to do this business. So you're very lucky that I brought you into this business. Yeah, you're lucky. I just want you to know. Let's get started. All right? Don't do that. Very, very important. Do this. This is how you properly close your people into the business.
Thank you for coming out. God bless you and have a good night.
Woo. Hey, told you, Delzino. Awesome, man. Yes, he is. Top producer. Man, I have so much respect. He's a great guy. You're going to love him. Look, he's a little busy, but I really want you to meet him, okay? So let's just wait in line. It's not going to take long. Man. Great guy. Great guy. A lot of respect for him. Man, good. Awesome. Top in the country. Yes, he is. You're gonna love him. Good man. All right. Looks like he's a little free now. Let's go ahead. All right. Delzino.
Hey, Montrell, how you doing there, baby? All right.
You did a great job as usual.
Oh, fantastic, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Look, I brought a friend out, Reggie Stewart.
Hey, Reggie, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Oh, Reggie, I'm doing fantastic. Reggie, you have got an absolutely incredible gentleman over here. I don't know if you know, but Montrell Jackson is one of the most incredible leaders who has ever been a part of this organization. This guy is an incredible leader. He knows what it takes to be successful. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, he is the absolute best. Now, Reggie, I got a question for you. Do you see an opportunity? Yes, I do. All right, Reggie, excellent. I got one more question for you. What position do you see yourself getting started? Field training. Excellent. Reggie, that's a position I started. That's an excellent decision. Reggie, congratulations. Welcome to the team. What I'm going to ask you to do right now, Montrell, you got a second?
Yes.
Montrell, great. With your help, Reggie, we need you to fill out an application. Have you got one?
Yes, I do. I have an application.
Okay, now Reggie, I want you to take your application and your check for the $4.95 for field trainer. We're going to bring it right on over here to the side. We're going to get your starters kit, get it issued. We're going to go through the stuff together, and I'll be right over. We'll sit down for 2 minutes. We'll set our game plan and exactly what we're going to need to do to take it from where you're starting today to reaching every one of your dreams and goals over the next few years. All right?
Hey, I'm excited about it.
Congratulations, Reggie. Welcome to the team.
Thank you, Bill.
All right.
All right. Hey.
I told you that guy was great, right?
There you go. All right, let's get started. Let's go. All right. Wasn't that wonderful? Let's get that thing on right. All right. Let's get ready to shoot it around the ball. See, that's the key. That's the key right there. We have a system that's in place. And if we just follow that system by playing teams and adhering to the things that we say we need to do, then there's no reason we shouldn't be successful. All we have to do is continue to do the right things consistently, and we'll have the success that we want. And see, if we continue to play team, see, we're guaranteeing that not just one is going to make it, but all of us will make it. We need to build a group of people around us, all of us, financially free, wealthy, working together and building together. And see, that's what's important. It is the team that will make the difference. And if we play team, folks, all of us are going to be successful. This is our motto. We're not done until all of us are done. I want to thank you guys. God bless you. Have a good one.
How's everybody doing? Good. Everybody great?
Yes.
Good or great?
Great.
Excellent. Take 5 minutes, meet 3 people, and get to know them that you don't know.
I heard your name. Yeah,
How are you? What's your name? Hi, Samantha. Lanaway. Are you new? Okay, when did you start? Yeah. Oh, really new. Okay, I started in September. I'm very
Yes, I have been in and this is not okay. It's about quite rocks. But they're not alive because they have their dreams are home. They're not satisfied with life, and they're and my dreams. I want to be great that I want. That's my dream. I want to be going to you talk about you're going to take it to live off of my fight for me. That's not going to last. That's not going to last. I used to and that's started like so I'm here to help them, to help me to help them, to help each other, work as a team, as a without each other's back, like I'm here to let you know how they can reach out.
I'm a registered nurse, and I've been doing that.
I want to get them more. I really want to get them more.
Now I did everything. I see now I'm working with each other.
I wish I would have
Very amazing. Everything that I learned back managing these issues. Classes I do in college, when you name it, I had dressed down there. It's amazing. I don't know what last 2 years before I came back. I don't know 2001. I went
but they didn't. I had blood clots in the leg, both of them. In the blood clot, then you get all types of radical shot. That just in my body. That just ovulated me and had everything. They thought I had cancer, breast cancer, and then a urology. I had to have endoscopy. I had to have colonoscopy. I couldn't walk. I didn't have any balance. I didn't have nutrition. Okay.
But it,
I'm going to apply this and I'm going to be that leader and do what I need to do out here. So you have a great mission. You're going to go out there. Who thinks that's what just because you don't think it doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's when you have a problem, it's going to go to power problem. You are what you are. No, you get your that's that taught me. That taught me to be humble. That taught me to be my faith. That taught me to never give up. And that taught me to keep people in their hearts. Not about who they are. Who am I to judge this? When I'm getting in front of God, He don't say things to me. Yeah, I did this, I did that. It's not what you do. You're up all the things. Like I said, people have lives and God and God walk around like a I can guarantee it. Have you been able to? So what I did is after I got sick, I had to go see a therapist. After I got sick, and then I'm in a negative environment. Because they don't know anything. So they're like, wow. Right now, JoJo's like, right now, before as I get back, I already know that I'll be back.
In September, so I'm like,
And my son, I adopted him 3 months.
and I'm like kind of January.
Okay, and I was telling my mother,
But it's a hard thing that I have to work. But you know, I have to tell them I'm learning. There's a lot of me that I didn't explore because I was not. I was just not for the because most of things just got to go around.
I didn't want to.
Plus, like everybody else, and it was already
I didn't leave my daughter.
she has a hard time.
So when you go back, you'll be working as their flavor.
Yeah. Either that or yeah, I'm talking them and our
I know it depends.
Yeah, she has the kids there.
Yeah, that those are the people that I'm so I know that what about you? I'm just like
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned to the Matrix Weekend Boot Camp. We will be returning shortly. Thank you.
I'm gonna start my day over again today, so I'm gonna start with you guys. We're gonna have Anne Marie who wants to share. Start with her. This one, which one? This one. So she wanted to bless me and then bless us, and so I said, why don't you do it? And so she's gonna share.
All right. I thought it would be great for Mr. Nelson to read this, and he said, of course, well, why don't you read it? Typical Mr. Nelson. All right. It's called Launch Out, and it's from a book by Francis Roberts called Come Away, My Beloved. So, you know, it's Bible-based, and it's based on this scripture, 1 Corinthians 10:5. And the scripture is casting down arguments and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God, bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Christ. Now, this is written in a really personal way, but I think it's applicable to all of us. My people, you have touched only the fringes. Yes, you have lingered on the shorelines. Launch out on the vast sea of my love and mercy. Yes, my mighty power and limitless resources. For if you would enter into all that I have for you, you must walk by faith upon the waters. You must forever relinquish your doubts and your thoughts of self-preservation. You must forever cast aside your thoughts of self-preservation. For I will carry you, and I will sustain you by my power in the ways that I have chosen and prepared for you. You shall not take even the first step in your own strength. For you are not able in yourself, even as flesh is always unable to walk the way of the Spirit. But my arm shall uphold you, and the power of my Spirit shall bear you up. Yes, you will walk upon the waves, and the storm will only drive you more quickly. And one more. Chart and compass you shall not need, for my Spirit will direct your goings. And are not the winds held in my fists? So be not fearful, but believing, and launch out.
So the power of today is change. Yes? Change. So from last night, for those who were here all day yesterday, that especially those that could stay as long as you could through the end of the day, but you didn't have to be able to participate in this. How did you wake up this morning, and what recalibrated for yourself? What renewed thought did you have from yesterday to today, whether it was last night or this morning, to be able to shift and create something today? I would like you guys, leaders, to stand up and share. Please do stand up. Anyone and everyone that I'm going to take it. You can stand up. Yeah, I want everybody who's going to share to stand up immediately. Don't pop up after I start. Excellent, right there. We're good. Okay. Start at the back here. Do you need the mic today? Can you guys bring it up? Okay.
Hello, everybody. Yes.
Yep.
I woke up this morning, and the thing that reverberated in my mind for me, or either that triggered in my mind, was I left here highly motivated, highly inspired by last night's meeting. And I do that any meeting, anytime we come together. I definitely feel a sense of urgency about going to the next stage and the next level. My biggest thing now is whatever mental block that's preventing me from getting there has been identified. So now I'm looking, and I'm encouraged, and I'm actually looking forward to now getting on my phone, tapping into the list of the people in the organization that I'm with, my fellow people, and just making it happen. And I realized that, okay, you're highly motivated, you're highly inspired, but how does that translate into anything happen? So my biggest thing now is pushing forward and making something happen, as opposed to just being motivated and inspired.
Right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Great afternoon. She said, great afternoon, family.
Thank you, thank you. The key that stuck with me last night was really change, that whole word. And it really is about changing the mindset, because we've done some wonderful things thus far. But as my pastor related today, we've been walking in the shadow water. And when we're walking on the shadow water, we're really walking on land. It's time for us to expand our faith, expand what we're doing in networking, not only networking, but making the network for us. And in doing so, that means we have to step out into the deep. We have to do those things that we know we need to do that we have not done for whatever reason. And in doing so, then God's going to give us the power to stand in water. You can't stand in the water unless you're standing on the hand of God. And he is saying that if we will put our fears aside, whatever those fears are, whatever the distractions are, and we walk into the deep and trust him, that he's going to open up the windows of heaven and pour us out a blessing truly that we have not room enough to receive. But we've got to want it. We've got to walk toward it. We've got to work at it. And so my commitment is for me to work not only on me, but work on the things around me to get rid of those things that have been hindering me, because I know I'm a great person, because I stand in God, okay? And he's called me to do great things, and that's what I owe him. So I'm challenging myself every day to do something a little more and go a little further and further into the water.
Good afternoon, family. I woke up exhausted, and not in a bad way. It was as if I had danced all night or studied all night, for those of you who've been students, or drunk all night, for those who are a little bit, who are young. But I woke up feeling compelled to call the people who weren't here yesterday, because I think they indeed missed something. I think just involvement propels all of us to a higher level. I had people call me who were really reluctant to do PBRs and volunteer dates yesterday to do PBRs at like midnight last night. I think that only happens from them coming and connecting with family. So, you know, I had a little debate with a fellow IBO that I love about, you know, meetings, but I think the importance of the meetings are really connecting on a personal level and really knowing all of our purpose, because I think that will drive all of us.
Good morning, family.
Good morning.
Good to be here. I tell you, yesterday was phenomenal for me in many ways. I had a mix of emotions yesterday. I had tremendous highs, and by the end of the night, albeit I did indulge in a little sugar, my energy down, but I was tired. I was tired, and I also found when I went home that I had some fear coming up. Not around anything in particular, but I definitely had some fear coming up. So I woke up this morning and it was full blown. It was full blown fear. And it was sort of like I was saying to myself, what is going on? You know, what is happening here? And the biggest revelation for me, those of you who do not know me, I have been involved in spirituality very, very deeply for the past 35 years or more. And not really lost in it, but I've traveled a great deal. I've not really paid attention at all to the material realm. And I know that this is divinely ordained for me to do at this time. And the God of my being is telling me, okay, you've done some work over here. Now you got to step back to the space and you got to bring balance, because I didn't bring you here just to do that. You have much more to do. This is bringing up all kinds of things. So it was showing me in part how I have hidden out in my spirituality to avoid dealing in the material realm, to really recognize my greatness and who I am within this. So I'm really grateful for everybody yesterday and for everything that everyone said. Just being in this energy, I was talking a few moments ago with Camille, who is my little sweet sister, Sherry's daughter in the back, and I've known Camille, Sherry and I raised our babies together, and I've known Camille since she was a baby. And, you know, we're talking about the organization coming in, and she said, ooh, I don't know if this is for me because I'm shy. And I said, girl, there's not a better place for you to be. This is good. I know the money's good. I know this makes sense, and I know it's something I can do. But I also know that it's clearing all this energy, all this minutiae that I have carried with me more years than I want to even think about right now. I want to say a special thanks to Mr. Byron Nelson. I wholly knew when I met him that this was by divine design. I know that I have known Byron for a very long time, throughout many, many lifetimes, and it's intentional that we're here now. So I just want to tell everybody that we're on the fast track. I am wholly on board. I really don't know, and I want to thank Rena while I'm Rena, raise your hand. Hi, honey. I was talking with her a second, and this is the kind of stuff, this is the reason why I'm here. We were chatting, kind of getting to know one another better, and I said something, and she said, well, you want to know that it's not just looking for your 10 unstoppable people. She says you're going to get people through other people. You know, you don't know how your 10 is coming. And she shared with me a text that she sent out. Phenomenal text. But that's the group that we're in. That's the kind of stuff that we're doing. It is a family. We are sharing. I have called upon people for all kinds of things, and they immediately say, oh, yeah, sure. Spent I know how many hours with Vic talking about a number of opportunities. So that is why I'm here. I'm with family, making money, and having a good time.
Hello, I'm Miss JoJo. What I got out of yesterday was a lot. For one thing, me even coming back to, I'm originally from California. My calling was to move to DC, and it was a hard decision to make, but it was a God-ordained one. That's why I'm hearing you, I'm hearing the growth, I'm hearing the potential. All that is just really confirming what I had to do, what I had to go away as the prophet that I am, the prophetess that I am, to a foreign land. And it wasn't easy. And so therefore, even in my struggles there, it grew me a lot. You know, I might look the same, but I'm not the same being, because God grows us and takes us to a different level. And that's what has happened to me. I grew through my struggles. That's why I can tell all y'all, no matter what struggles y'all are going through, embrace them, because it's going to grow you. If you run from them or hide from them or act like they're not happening, you will not grow. And not to grow is to be stagnated, to be gangrene flesh, walking dead. You know, we must renew our mind. We must renew our spirit to be able to help others. And that's what it confirmed me coming here, coming back to where I'm at. It wasn't just about my children. You know, the Holy Spirit talks to me. It was about the whole journey of even coming back here and knowing that I had to be here. This is infinity. If you look at all the letters of 2015, they are the infinity sign. I spoke on that before, that the infinity sign is very important. And see, the only thing with me is that God is working with this on the outside. He worked for me from the inside out. Okay, everybody's journey, you have to have foundation and strength inside. I've always been part of this family. You understand? But the family has to have inner strength, or you might as well just build a sandcastle on the beach right when the tide is coming in. What is going to happen to it? You understand? And you will build over and over and over, unless you feel it in your spirit. And that's what I learned. What I learned is that when me saying that why is that I'm the humblest servant, I meant that. For me to be the humblest servant will make me the greatest leader. I cannot feel, people cannot feel me if they cannot feel, I cannot reach them if they cannot feel me. To understand that they can trust me, to have hope. Everybody loses hope. At the end of the day, it's not about your title, what you do. We're all flesh and blood. And if you cannot reach people's hope, we cannot save them. We have to water that dead seed. God is telling me to tell all of y'all That's how we reach them, and that's how they stay. They stay because now they are lighted by our light. Because a lot of people live in darkness. They just pretend. They pretend, live in darkness. And if we can't share our light and move it forward, that is the vision God has always shown me. I've always known the vision of this Matrix team. But it has grown since I left. You understand what I'm saying? It has grown a lot. And it's on God's time. I don't care what's going on. It's always on God's time. You understand what I'm saying? We're all mighty, but it would be mighty on God's time. And I've always put God first, and I've always struggled, and I've always been misunderstood. But you know what? That's okay, because I am the greatest servant, and I have the amount of love for all of y'all. And we're all going to win. And that's what I learned, that coming back here was about change, about growth, about now.
That's right. Hi, family.
Thank you.
Well, I just really learned about having effort and waking up, being completely open, and using that effort with momentum. And it's so funny because I actually was thinking about was it Stephen Kress?
Stephen Stratton?
No, the video on taprooting. Thank you. I was thinking about that video, and I'm like, I got it. I got taprooting. Like, I finally got it after 3 videos, after people talking about it. It just like hit me. So I told Shivani, I'm like, I'm gonna taproot people. I'm gonna taproot people today. So we went out and got coffee, and we ran into a friend of ours. I hadn't seen him for probably 6 or 7 months, and I sent him an email to come out to one of our events like 2 weeks ago. And I was just talking about our group. I was talking about Mr. Nelson. I'm like, oh my God, my mentor, he's like amazing. You got to meet him. You guys would get along, da 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 da. And he was like, who is he? Da da da. And he just invited himself to the meeting tonight. So I'm excited. And then he started telling me about his friend who does all these different types of businesses. I'm like, well, who's your friend? What's his name? And I started taprooting George. And so now he's inviting his friend. So I'm excited.
Good afternoon. So this morning when I woke up, what was also there for me was fear as well. And it's immediately when I started to feel the fear, I got really upset because it's a little bit, for me, it's a little bit embarrassing. It's just because I've already been trained and developed. I've already broken myself all the way down to nothing and built myself back up. And so I'm like, well, why am I should be like, this shouldn't be a challenge for me, and it's been a challenge. And so what I got is that I never actually developed myself and trained myself with the intention of building wealth. It's always been about helping other people and other people's lives and what matters to them, but it's never been about wealth. And so that's the thing that's a bigger game. No, actually, it really isn't about ACN or about Matrix Group or about services or about building my legs. It's really about me, because how I do this business is how I do my life. Or another way of saying it is, what stops me in this business is what stops me in life. It's what stops me from having great relationships. It's what stops me from having the body that I want, the apartment that I want, whatever. It's all connected, and so that's what there is for me to really transform out of doing this work. It's transforming my entire life and all the areas that aren't working. So that's what's there for me.
Hello. So, like Dr. Glenn this morning, I woke up exhausted. But I said, okay, this is not going to work for me today, being exhausted. So I took your advice for the 30 minutes of self-development. I actually took probably an hour and 15 minutes. I needed some extra time. So I took a long bath, and I started to read the 2 books that you mentioned yesterday. The Magic Thinking Big. Yeah, The Magic Thinking Big and Thinking Real Rich. So I wanted to see what was going to come out of that for me, because I got a lot from last night, but I couldn't put it all together. Yeah, I couldn't pinpoint. So I was actually talking to Farrell, and she expressed to me how, she said you've been in the business. No, you're not in the business yet, but you're getting into the business. Yes. So she expressed to me one of her fears. And I said, you know what? I had the same fear until last night. And just how you think about the people that you bring into the business. I don't want to sell, I feel like trying to convince somebody of something. I said, I've heard over and over again, it's not that, but I couldn't get it out of my head. So reading that this morning, I said, you know what, I believe that I'm gonna talk to people or reach people that need this. And that's the way I look at it now. I'm trying to convince someone to do something. And that was just a huge
weight.
Yes, it was. So I'm just like, I don't need everybody.
Right.
I just need a few, so I got it. And that's what happened for me this morning. And I said, and fear is annoying. That's what I was talking about. I'm just annoyed by it. So that was a really big breakthrough for me.
That was the fire, bud.
All right, it's gonna be very fast. I'm gonna tell you a really quick story. I remember in kindergarten, it was picture day, and my mom had done my hair really, really cute for the first time. She made it straight. And so, very flowy and all of that, and I went to school, and I was just really happy. And I remember kids teasing me because they said, you think that you're all that just because of the way that my hair was. And I grew up, all through almost to college, playing myself down so that people would like me. And you guys have new people. So good.
It's a beautiful thing to be in a space where everybody wants you to be beautiful. They want you to be your best, and they're happy about it. You guys have no much idea. The power that I get from this group is tremendous. And I woke up this morning afraid in the same way because I appreciate what people said yesterday, but it makes me afraid because I don't want people to not like me. They feel like, oh, well, she thinks she's all that, and then I have to fight that off. And I just wanted you guys to know I appreciate you. If somebody, and I know this is sound funny, if somebody is, I'm going to give you all sorts of reasons to hate me if you want to, because I'm going to blow this business. I want you guys to have that same feeling and really tap into it. It's not like you have the power or you're walking towards it. You are engulfed in it. Immerse yourself.
Good afternoon. I am not feeling well, many of you know, so bear with me. What I learned yesterday was more through vision and just watching people. And the first thing was watching my husband interact with my intern that came, who had actually no intentions of recruiting him because I know he's broken in school. But, just watching the two interact, and he's always wanted to be a mentor to young men growing up because, he has great morals and values, and just to watch that interaction was wonderful. So just, that's what I got, was seeing growth in my husband in so many different ways. So that was really good. And then what I was sharing with Michelle this morning, even though I'm not feeling well, watching you all is like watching the most beautiful movie. To see all of you interact with each other, people who have met for the first time, people who have known each other since the beginning of the Matrix Group here in Los Angeles, and how it's almost like an orchestra of people here and music that is being played. I was just sitting here watching through my cloudy eyes, just how wonderful you all are just interacting and connecting. And it's interesting because the energy in this room is not of intense, it's not of fear, but it's comfortable. It's like a warm blanket. And I just want to say that I've been watching you all, and it's a very beautiful movie. And continue to grow your roles within one another, because this is a great, wonderful family. So for me, that impacted me, and that's what I saw not only yesterday but today. So I woke up with that. And Mr. Nelson, thank you so much for blessing my marriage, because me and my husband, not only, of course, the common goal is to have a great relationship, but just having both of us have a common goal and really working towards it, and having someone guide us through the process, and that even our struggles are really not that bad. It's really not. It's just a bump in the road, and we're going to get over it, just like anytime you would go through a street with a bump in the road. You're going to get over it. And so with every bump that I've had, it's interesting how God, the next day or a few days later, like Michelle and I, we talk so many times, every time I have a mishap, I always get blessed on the other end of it with something bigger and greater. So just to share really quickly, Mr. Wellington knows about this. Me and my husband had 4 amazing people. We thought everything was going to go well. Out of that 4, only 1, and the rest of them went into the witness protection program. And out of that was like it's been about a couple of weeks, right, Michelle, since that went down. And then God blessed us with Charles, my intern, and how Charles just came together as part of this group as if he was already part of it. And he just can't stop talking about the people. The people has really blessed him. And another young man, and he's in awe not only of Mr. Nelson, but just everyone in this room. I just love to see young Black men getting blessed by other Black men doing well, having a relationship with Christ, and that it is a good thing, and that their dream is actually standing in front of them, walking, talking, speaking, and that their dreams can be possible. And so now he's not only thinking about getting a job, which I'm going to help him do when he gets out of school next year. Well, this year, I think. Yeah, he graduates this year. So I'll help him do that. And but he's actually looking so much further than that. He's like, I'm going to create a life for myself and my family. So thank you, Mr. Nelson, for all of that.
How you doing? Good morning. Everybody don't know me by Tala Tally. What I got out of yesterday. What I got out of yesterday, one was change, because if you knew me early 2014, I would not be up here talking right now, because I'm extremely shy. But with that said, I am my own worst enemy. There's not people out there, there's not the negativity out there, it's the negativity in here. So with that said, I want to thank you for bringing that up, change. And with that said, that inspired me to get on the phone again and start pressing even harder, targeting people, even people that went, like you said, witness protection program. I got you. Here, I'm not going nowhere till you say, hell no, leave me alone. So, with that said, thank you so much, and God bless.
Good afternoon, Matrix family. Michelle, you are all that, and then some, and so is each and every one in this entire room. Never be afraid to stand in your life and stand proud and be your life. Never let anyone steal your life from you. And with that being said, one of the things that really caught my attention, because you guys all said some phenomenal things, and I'm all on board with all that, but what would happen if each and every one of us truly brought our A game to this business.
That's right.
Did you want to speak or you just holding the camera?
I'm on camera.
Oh.
Just check it. Yes, make it sure.
Awesome. Am I back on? There we go. There we go. Awesome. So what I got more than anything else is I actually, for those that have been around though, I really had not been to bed in 3 days. And I was like, I had let God just in the inertia just max. I just wanted to live till it was completely empty. I think I did. I was on complete, I mean, it was fumes. It was really on fumes to the point that I don't know if you guys have ever gone through sleep deprivation. I've done tests where they actually put you in machines and float it, and where you can actually do meditation and act as if you slept for 2 days in 30 minutes in the floating of the
Oh,
desert.
yeah.
Phenomenal machine. Yeah. So I did that in New York. Huh? Oh yes, awesome. I like trying stuff nobody's ever done. Only thing I want to do is bungee jump. Too much like hanging for a black man. I just don't see it. It's like, jump off the building, see how close you can get to the ground. Go ahead, you go, do it. Dare, I dare you. That's the only thing I want to do. I saw every face. It was funny because I could actually go from him all the way back to Randall, and I was like seeing. It was almost like you know when you have the snapshot pictures. It's just going. I saw everybody's face like in the last hour before I was going to sleep. Not intentional. I saw everyone's face that was in here throughout the day, and faces that weren't here. Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
And I mean, you ever go when you get blurry? It's like I blacked out and like my eyes were like going like this. I mean, no matter what I did, I took my glasses off, put them back on. I mean, I was like a dog. I put my head out the window. I was driving, and it was so bad that actually Miss Yancey had to follow me home because I was just like. By the time I got to Torrance and to go up the hill, you know, Dr. Grant, I mean, I was like going to Granby Altamira on the other side of the road. I mean, I was completely, but I was present. Yeah. And, you know, thank God it was 1 o'clock in the morning because I was like taking the whole road. But I felt good. And the crazy thing is, I went to bed with a planet seed of what I wanted to manifest. And 2 things manifested for me on my coin. For those that have never been in my training, I teach 2 sides of everything. One side of the coin was I wanted to, every day, I want to wake up more beautiful to the world. I wanted to see how could I show up and be the most gorgeous person. And I'm not talking about, because I'm already gorgeous. But to wake up, and how can I be the most gorgeous person to every man and woman that came in my space. Does anybody understand how that is? And I wanted to know how I could actually be that much more of an impact that with my, because I see everyone in here and I see those in my world as a mirror. Everybody in this room as a mirror in some capacity. And I wanted to know how can I make my mirror more beautiful? Which took me to the other side of the coin was you're me and I'm you. So that put me in a space of, okay, the end objective is I have to go, and you'll hear me say this all day. When I say I'm saying I'm you. You're me. Every one of you are me. Does everybody follow me on that so far? New and old, you're me. So I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you and me being you. So for me, I woke up saying, how am I going to actually get to RVP in record time? That is not the title, but represents the most extraordinary organization in the world. And how do I become the MVP? So in my head, I'm looking at him and saying, how do I create an MVP out of him? How do I create an MVP out of him? How do I get him to participate and get on the court and get him up here? How do I get him to make sure he's 100% committed? How do I get him to get over all his fears and let go? How do I get her to step up to make sure the whole world hears her voice? I hear every one of your voices in my head. And me becoming you, you becoming me, us becoming one. Does that resonate with everybody? And the power of thought is true. If you think about something long enough, hard enough, it always comes to pass. And just the transformation of how many people stood up. Because I said, okay, every RVP, because in my head, silently, what I'm saying is every RVP that is claiming RVP, and this goes on throughout the door. Because some are going to do it immediately, and some are going to do it throughout the middle of the day, some are going to do it later today, some are going to do it later this week, some are going to do it by Friday, some are going to do it in 2 weeks. It's depending on your time. Does that make sense? Yes. But you got to look. I look at the details of the distinction of yesterday. I asked a question in the beginning of the morning yesterday, and 3 or 4 people, I think at best, stood up slow. Anybody remember that? It's like 1 and 2 and 3, and then it was only like 3. And I asked a question this morning, and you had like 15 people stand up. Now, it's a different way of saying it without me saying it, because I don't want to blatantly say it because it'll resonate in your soul. How many people heard a RVP speech and every person just stood up? How powerful is that? You see what I'm saying? I mean, I can see when you can create your future and it's your present, that's what we're manifesting. We're creating an RVP today. It's just a matter when you show up. And that voice, because it's finding your voice, no matter how meek, how loud, how shy, how boisterous, how, is everybody getting that so far? Yes. Yes. And that is amazing. And so in meditation and prayer of where do I go, God? Where do I go? Where do I go? So I don't have time today because I'm just giving you a verse. I know over a period of time, this is unpeeling an onion for everybody. Everybody with me on that so far? It's an onion. I don't have the time to make you think today. You're going to think anyway. But I mean, the way I would normally train is to ask questions and wait for everybody, 5, 6 people to answer. Don't have the luxury of time for that. Bless you! So what I need you to take on today, as much as possible, is letting go of what's inside your head. And since I'm taking on being you, I need you to take on being me. I need you to take on being me in this room and being the head, not titled or anything, the leader that's responsible for everybody in this room. I know that's a big suit. But you start small. It could be the person to your left, your right. You may see somebody up front. You may just connect with somebody. You just, because see, the key to this of what you're seeing and sharing, and in selling, what Teresa was talking about is you want to put that in your head and taking notes. Is sharing versus selling. Please take that and put it in your notes. Sharing versus selling. Now, initially, transformation, I love it. Yes. I freaking love it. So there's literally only 2 people that didn't follow instructions. Look how quickly that shifts. Then it's mandated, because I was like prepared for like a third of the room to not follow instructions. And I literally gonna stop the entire day for an hour and tell you guys I'll be back, and if you mess up the second time, the day is over. But you guys are amazing. That's awesome. So I am serious about when I give instruction of showing up with a pad and pen and paper and a recorder. And we'll take that further. First, let's just create that as a habit. Now, you don't have to write down everything, but you need to have a pen and paper because there's things that are going to stand out that you need to be able to jot and take notes on. You may only write 1 sentence in an entire day, but that 1 sentence can make your comma move. Yeah. Does that make sense to everybody? So in that, I want you to take on thinking as I think, being me as I'm taking on being you. And that means that if we have, starting with 10, 15, 18 RVPs in here, and 10, 15, I'm just using numbers, just people that want to be an RVP, then 10, 15 RVPs that know that they're already an RVP are going to help somebody else who wants to be an RVP become an RVP. And hence that takes the burden off of me and helps us all grow to expand. Yes or yes?
Yes.
So if Michelle knows she's already an RVP, and then in turn, you know, Teresa knows that she wants to be an RVP, then I have somebody else that can find that person, help that person quickly and manifest that, which makes us both grow quickly. Everybody with me on that so far? Yeah. So I want you to truly take on being me. So I'm not going to ask questions and then you give me the wrong answer. We already established that yesterday. That we're miles apart. So I have to collapse the time frames of us meeting in the middle so that you're me and I'm you, instead of you're over here thinking I'm going to bring in 2 trainers this month and I'm over here thinking you need to bring in 200 to be able to get to your income level. You're over here saying I'm going to get 10 customers this month. I'm over here saying you need to have 50 in the next week. And you're fearful of that. So I have to take on being you in order to develop that confidence, that knowledge. Some of it's confidence. For some people in here, it's confidence. For some people in here, it's just knowledge base. It's like, if you tell me how to do it, I'll go do it. Does that make sense to everybody? So it's just a matter of just figuring out what each individual and soul needs and bringing it all together. So instead of those questionnaires, I'm just going to give you everything that's in my head. We're going to start with 5 steps in order to create this. And it's what I invite you to take on a daily basis, of a process of thinking. Outside of your prayer when you wake up in the morning and being clean in the morning, hopefully. But taking on your life. Now, what's the first thing that must take place in order for me to achieve my goal, whether it's financially, whether it's spiritually, whether it's me getting to RVP? What is it that I need to do? What is the first thing? Raise your hand. Don't just blurt it out. Randall? Set a goal. Beautiful. That is the answer. See how quickly that works when you become me? The first thing that you need to do is have set goals, unshakable goals, goals that don't move. Goals are absolute. In order to win a basketball game, it's the one who's going to make the most goals. In order to actually win a hockey game, who's going to make the most goals? The one who's going to play tennis is the one who's going to have the most goals. So goals have to be paramount in my life. Remember, when I say my, I'm saying you. My life, I need real goals. That's what I need. I need to get where I need to go. I need some goals that are not going to move. And the only subset, I'm going to train on this in a second, not right now, but today, because I'm giving you a whole lot here. I'm giving you almost the syllabus of a class, and then we're going to start the class. So you know what's in the class today, or at least what we're going to attempt to achieve in sharing as much as possible in a crammed course of one day. Everybody with me on that so far? Yes. Okay. The subset of that goal, the subset is how, what I'm looking at is, I have a goal. I have to know what my goal is. So put what my goal is. I gotta know what my goal is. And then God bless you. Then I have to know how I'm going to attain it. Having the goal in itself is not good enough, because it means nothing if I don't know how to get there. And then what happens when people don't have the how I'm going to get there is they continue through their life to set goals that they fail out and get used to failing, and then their specific date becomes someday. Well, someday I'll be an SVP. Someday I'll have that house the way I want it, that picket fence. Someday I'll get married. Someday I'll have investments. Someday I'll buy stock. Someday I'll be able to have money to give back in a philanthropy. Someday I'll be able to go shopping and not look at the price tag. Someday I'll be able to go on a plane and just go to the airport and take the first plane out. I don't care where it goes. I just want to go and just go and buy an iPhone there and then go somewhere else and buy it. I'll just take, someday I'll take that trip across the United States and just get me a luxury van and just drive. Someday I'll get on that cruise where I can, does everybody follow me on that? Yeah. Everybody's life, and someday I'll be able to do this for my mom and dad. Someday I'll be able to pay off all my bills. Most of the population on the planet, Dr. Matthew, you're the only one that gets a pass on that damn phone. You earned it. Is everybody with me? Yes or yes? Yes. But everything turns into a someday, and I'd say over 97%, the 97% that works for the 3%, they all live in some realm of someday. The 97% that are employed by the 3% all live in the realm of someday. The 3% have a specific date for everything and everybody else in their world. So me being you, you being me, I need to become that 3%. I need to think like the 3%. I need to act like the 3%. I need to evolve. Because if you take on the workings that I'm sharing within this community, in addition to what you do within ACN, in addition to what you do within the Matrix family, you can take this into all of your own dreams of everything you want to do and conquer it with no problem. You'll be able to shred any competition anywhere if you just master the principles of what I'm bringing to you here. And it's happened over 20 years, time and time again, of people that worked with me, left, and then went and conquered their world. I mean, in network marketing and outside of network marketing. In whatever they wanted to do. I have people, I get letters constantly of people that are emailing me. It's like, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't own this company. I got people owning multi-million-dollar companies because of what they learned here. Is everybody getting that so far? Yes. So the 5 steps. Number 1 is the goal. The subset to that is how to accomplish that goal. Number 2, after I have a goal, what's next? What's needed next? Action plan. Next hand. Who else?
I say you need to write it down.
Write it down. Yes.
I would say by when are you going to have the goal complete?
By when? Okay. So that's 3. That's good. That's good. Number 2 is preparation. I need to prepare. If I'm going to win a championship game, I need to prepare to win that game. Before I get on the football field, I need to make sure my preparation, my helmet, my cleats, I need to make sure I'm ready. I need all kinds of preparation. Before I bake a cake, I need to make sure everything's prepared before I can put it together. Would everybody agree with that? Yes. Okay, so preparation, and because I wanted to jump right into the fire, I wanted to run right into doing work today. I wanted to run right into getting you guys paid today. I wanted to, there's so many things I wanted to do in regards to, because I know everybody wants to get paid now. We all have a now mentality, get paid right now. I need money now. I need to get paid now. Yes or yes? Yes. And I was prepared to do that from the time I walked in the room. And I thought about it, I was like, but isn't that why 90% fail? Because they ran out onto the field to play football without any cleats, without a helmet, and now their head gets knocked off, and then we don't see them anymore. They end up in the witness protection program. So no matter how quickly and how much I want to rush into making you money and giving you that, mentally and emotionally and spiritually, you aren't prepared to do that yet. We're going to be there today, but is everybody understanding that conversation? Yes. Because there's still a new person here, or a person that is here that will pick up the phone and talk to a person, and after they get knocked down one time and somebody sucks the life out of them, they'll talk to someone they have a great respect for, and they'll tell them why it won't work, and then they're like, now their excitement now goes to so much doubt, like, I don't know if I'm going to do this. How many people get that? So I said I need a stronger preparation for my family. Me being you, you being me. Number 3 is a plan. After prepare, I need to plan it. Am I going to cook in the morning? Am I going to cook at night? I got everything necessary to get this cake done because I got to deliver it tomorrow. But am I going to cook this afternoon? I need a plan. What's going to be the most effective? If I cook it this morning and I make this meal in the morning, at night when I'm going to eat it, it's going to be cold. So I need a really good plan. Is everybody with me? Yes? Yes. After I have a plan, number 4 I need to go to work. I need to really go to work. Because see, all my thinking needs to happen during my goal. All my thinking needs to happen during my preparation. All my thinking needs to happen when I'm writing out my plan. And number 4, the one thing that's going to get me paid, everything that I'm looking for, is my work. So I need all of my thinking gone and done with, and then I go to work. Now the game starts. I'm on the field. Lombardi had a saying, if you have an idea or an amazing thought, there's 2 times you should share it with me. Before the game or after the game. During the game, I must rely on my training and my instinct. And I must just act and act and act and act. And I'm going to fail at some things, I'm going to succeed at other things, but I need to just, in that period of time that I'm working, I need to act swiftly, effectively, and efficiently. You can write down those words. Swiftly, effectively, and efficiently. Doesn't matter if I work this business for 1 hour a day, or if I'm working it 3 hours a day, all that's in my plan. All that's in my plan. Am I going to give myself 90 days, a year? That's all in the plan predicated on the goal. So that's number 4, is I got to go to work. Number 5, all I seek is results. I must not work and not get results. I must be result oriented, not activity oriented. The reason why so many people do not make money in network marketing is because they're activity oriented. They tell you they put in a lot of time, but they won't tell you what they did with that time. That makes sense? Yes. There's no way you cannot get flat out rich in this industry if you are result oriented. And after number 5, I look at my results. Number 6, what I must do is review. In that lives, I must inspect what I expect. I must inspect what I expect. So if I do that not monthly, not quarterly, not annually, but if I did that daily and started all over again tomorrow, and I reviewed at the end of tonight what I did the day before in order to have a future to do it better the next day. Hence what I woke up with this morning. How can every day I wake up more beautiful as a person? More serving as a person. Me being you, you being me. How can I be more impactful? How many more lives can I impact today? How far into somebody's esophagus can I reach my fist, grab their heart, hold it, make it stop beating, let it go, and let it go to life again? How many lives can I resuscitate on this day is what I'm thinking. You being me, me being you. Now, some of you just need to get your own heart beating before you try to get somebody else's heart beating. But I need you to be me today. Does that make sense? Everybody follow me on that so far? So in that, we got number 1, we got a goal. Number 2, we got to prepare. Number 3, we got to plan. Number 4, we got to go to work. Number 5, we got to truly, be result oriented. And number 6, I need to review that. And if I look at that, as I looked at how I woke up this morning as to today, I reviewed what I did yesterday, and I'm looking at how can I do it 1,000 times better today. I can't even share. Me and Miss Jensen were driving back to the office, and she said, "Did you see that?" I said, "I saw it before it happened." She said, "No, but did you actually see it?" It was similar to what Wendy was saying. It's a movie. And I teach movies. I teach that no matter what you're doing in your life, this life you have right now, this second right now, this is a movie. Wherever you are, and you are either playing an extra or you're starring in your own movie.
Exactly.
And you need to figure out how small are you playing or how big do you want to play? Are you playing are you just happy to be in a movie? Are you looking to get an Oscar? See, I need an Oscar. See, God's going to tell you whether you got an Oscar predicated on how you played in your movie. Because the greatest actor in a movie makes everybody else look good. The greatest player on a team makes everybody else look good. They play at such a level of excellence that in such an unselfish way that they aren't even worried about them. They're worried about everybody else. Because if I play up here, everybody else has to rise. And I can only play up here helping somebody else lift. Is that making sense? And so, in that conversation, you got those 6 things, yes? Yes. That's a daily thing. We're going to talk more about that. Then I thought, oh, well, back to looking good and beautiful. That thought process is, and when you think about it, that there's so much, I'm talking more about that, but it really comes down to how you show up in life. How many people have realized when you wake up and when you get dressed, 90% of the time you dress according to how you feel?
Good colors.
Does that make sense? You need to go to the mirror twice. No matter what you decided to wear on any given day, give yourself an extra. Now I said start yesterday with an extra 30 minutes of self-development. I'm going to say give yourself an extra 40 minutes for the rest of this year. So instead of 30, give yourself 40. I want you to decide on what you're wearing and how you're going to look when you wake up in the morning, as we all do. And then we just go and get dressed. I want you to take an extra 10 minutes and review it, and at least 5 out of 8 times change it. I want you to think about what you're going to put on and figure out how can I make myself even more beautiful. Instead of just throwing something on, rushing, trying to just become, I don't care what people think about me. I'm just going to tie my hair in a bun. No. Don't do it. Every man knows when a woman puts her head in a bun that y'all don't care.
Uh-oh. You opened a can of worms.
Out of not having to do your hair. Oh, I just tied it up. Just let y'all know that ain't cute. Let's be for every man in here. We don't find that attractive. Y'all got a problem with that? I'm just telling you.
You just opened a can of worms.
Guess what? That's what I do. I know, baby. Because I want you to go the extra mile, because if you don't feel great about yourself, you can't make anybody else feel great. Yeah. And I can say the same thing in regards to men. We could go around the circle, but you guys get my point. Yes or yes? I need you to redress yourself to make the world stop and look at you in a different way. I need you to redress it. See, this isn't just about the physical, because you can only, they're just clothes. But how many people know, based on how you dress, it is a true indicator as to how you walk, talk, and breathe during that day. It has everything to do with your posture, your attitude, the energy that you exude. I mean, men and women alike, but women put more into looking good because that's just a job. But you put more, it takes more, right? Let's just say it takes more. And in it taking more work, more effort to get where you want to be as a woman, because that's the plateau of life before. Is everybody with me on that so far? Yeah. Y'all know when you put it together, because y'all could walk by a guy and it's like, you aren't even interested in him, but you're like, you looking at me. How many of you guys understand what I'm talking about? Because when you look good, you know you look good. You just want everybody else to make sure they know that you look good. And when you look that good, you don't even have to look back to see if they're looking at you. You're like, everybody looking at me. Your subconsciously said, I know I look good. You just walk in, you just like, yeah, what? You did your hair well. Thank you. I knew that already. You guys follow me on that so far? But it changes an entire demeanor and an entire attitude about how you're going to make the world receive you and how they're going to be attracted to you, where you want to make the world come to you and you don't have to go look for the world.
That's right.
Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah.
Yes. So I need you guys to take that on. And in that, I came in with, I'm just going to start my day. You guys just bear with me. I want you guys to see how I start my day. I always find something, and I'm musically inclined. So if I could have my song played and you could turn it on. I just turn it on? Excellent. So I got to start with my song before I start the day, because that was just me yawning in front of you guys, everything I just gave you. So now we're going to start. Yep. Green light. Ah. I like when the old projection sounds like
Yeah.
I actually watched this twice for about 2 years straight. Once when I was going RVP, and once when I went through hell between 2009 and 2010. Every day. I believe so.
Shall prosper, preach, and every time that rise against me, judgment thou shalt condemn. Lord, give me a sign, for this is the heritage of the service of the Lord. Preach, and their righteousness is of me, said the Lord. Amen. Lord, give me a sign. It's been a hard time. I know you haven't met me, but I feel like I'm alone. I'm a big boy now, but I'm still not grown, and I'm still going through it. Day in the hurt, yeah, soaking I'm trouble like rain in the dirt. And I know only I can stop the rain, but just a minute on my name. In the name of Jesus.
Turn it up.
What I used to, and all that stops right here. As long as the Lord take my life, I should have no fear. I'm no fear. Turn the light to the dark, to the show no shame, spit it right from the heart, to the right from the start. You held me down, and then nothing they can tell me now. Lord, give me a sign. Let me know what's on your mind. What? Let me know what I'm gonna find. Yes, all the time. Come on, show me how to taste. Yeah, show me how to raise the blind. Lord, give me a sign. Show me what I got to do. Bring me closer to you. Cause I'm gonna do whatever you want me to do. Let me know what to do. Lord, give me a sign. Please show me something. I'm tired of talking to him. Go and eat from him. Grab out right face to head. But you either be the one man who you trap or the one. Trapped in your own mind, waiting on the Lord. Behind with the word that cuts like a sword. The spoken word is strong, and the strong is there. Carry the whole world, how strong I am. We try to tribulations, you never let us down. Jesus, I know you still with us now. Jesus, I know you still with us now. Keep it real with us now. I want to feel, show me how. Let me take your hand and guide me. I want soul to stay right beside me. Tell them trying to find me, hide me. Hold up, I take that back, protect me and empty. It's ready to fight. Give me a sign. Come on. Let me know what's on your mind. What? Let me know what I'm gonna find. Yeah, so I mean, show me how to teach the mind. What? Show me how to reach the blind. Lord, give me a sign. Show me what I got to do. What? Bring me closer to you. Cause I'm gonna do whatever you want me to. Come on, let me know what to do. Lord, give me a sign. Never die. I will never live a lie. I'm gonna get because I try. I won't quit until I die. I'm gonna make it wrong or right and make it through the darkest night. And when the morning comes, you'll see that all I have is God in me. Lord, give me a sign. Lord, give me a sign. Let me know what's on your mind. Let me know what I'm gonna find. It's all the time. Show me how to teach the mind. Show me how to raise the blind. Lord, give me a sign. Show me what I got to do. Let me know something you do. Cause I'ma go through whatever you want me to. Let me know what to do. Lord, give me a sign.
Works for me. Now I can start my day. That's how you start today. How many people like that? That works every day. I don't care what you're going through. Y'all need to download that off YouTube and play that every day. Guys,
Then I gotta get my, see, the whole thing about this is first you gotta write these down. Mind, body, spirit, and finances. That's what we're cleansing here.
That's right.
That's what we're doing a chiropractic realignment with. Some of you have people that you need to get rid of. Some of you got things you need to get rid of. I came in with the solution to get rid of people. The people that you don't want to have attachments with. How many people have some people when you talk to them, they just make you feel extraordinary? How many people have some people that you know, whether you're in love with them or whether you're not in love with them, they've taken you on such a high and a low, but they're toxic and you need to get rid of them. So what you need to do is just not give it any energy. It will go away. Don't respond. Don't talk to them. Don't stay away from them. And they're going to keep coming at you because that's how the devil works. They're working through them. Does that make sense? But guess what? When they figure out that they, as a person and the spirit that's embodying them, have no effect on you at all, it gets tired.
Yes.
You got to wear the devil out and let him go find somebody else to mess with that's going to actually tangle with him. Does that make sense? Which means you have to refocus your energies on the things that are going to propel you where you need to go, not where other people are taking you. You might want to write that down.
Yeah.
You need to focus in on where God is taking you and where you need to go that is giving you purpose, not where things and people are taking you. Because then God will make them or it your step stool. Did that make sense?
Yes.
So that's spirit. Now I got to get my mind ready because it's all about preparation. And see, that only cost me 4 minutes a day to watch that song and change my entire state. How many people can see my state has changed? It's just like, what? Oh, yeah, right? And that's why music is aligned with the word universe. Uni is one versus song. It brings every culture and people together underneath the sun. Hence, Jesus being the word before he became Jesus. It becomes one eclectic, powerful fist. So I get my spirit right, which cost me 4 minutes after prayer. Then I got to get my mind right. You're me, I'm you. You got to be me today. Everybody, yes?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Yes?
Yes.
There you go. So I need you to be me. So now let's get our mind right. Got it? Just push down there at the bottom. Just, no. Up, down. Right there. Right there. Click.
And unmute it.
And unmute it.
And the icon next to it, right there.
Unmute.
Because that,
maximize it.
You see somebody fight that hard.
Turn it over. They got to get
Makes that seem pretty.
So 4 minutes of my song, 3 minutes in my mind. I'm still not even at 10 minutes yet. It'll change your entire state of how you go about your time. Go ahead. Turn it up.
Just to make you proud. Like I never quit anything.
I never quit anything.
That,
I don't know how to do
you see somebody fight that hard. Makes life seem pretty easy, huh?
What? Let's go.
Out of the discipline,
God need anger management.
I don't know how to in the face. Is it beneficial to accomplishing the mission? I turn around and kick that guy in the face. Is it going to get anything accomplished? No, sir. Yeah. So you think I'm going to let you get through this hell week? Get your butts? You can't control your temper. You can't demonstrate to me that you're being a man. You can't look some other way. No. I'm going to break you. I am not forgive you. Don't get me. Don't ever let that happen again. Get back to the you have the courage to stop. You have the commitment to finish. And you have very vision. See exactly what you're going to get done. But you're going to stick around, no matter what. There's great quote that I got was, man can only be beaten in 2 ways. He gives up or he dies. And that was a little bit that I had.
Away from people, provide them with your ambition. Always do that. Because the really great people know that you can become great. Now my mind's right.
I'm thinking in my head, I mean, you just keep going.
You just keep going.
That's my job.
That's my job.
This is what my guys want. This is what being a SEAL is all about. You're in the government, you do whatever you can, you talk, you negotiate, you debate.
That's what everybody else does.
You can do to keep me from going over there. Once you get over there,
once you call me,
turn your back, close your eyes, because I'm gonna freaking wreck shop.
That's what I do. Everybody else want to talk about it? Let them talk. You should be called on when you want things done. It's only two things. Either I die, or I die trying. I don't understand how to quit. I only know how to finish what I start. You have to be. You need to become unstoppable. You need to go through people. You need not buy into emotions. You need not buy into excuses. You should have a deaf ear. You should almost, when you're speaking to somebody, the only thing you should hear is your own voice until their conversation back to you is your conversation. That's the only way I operate. I can sit there, now I'm not saying be rude, but I can actually sit there and talk to somebody and give them the perception that I actually am paying attention to what they have to say. I do it every day on my team, in my team. Jamila, yes? She's seen me master it. Master it. They don't even know I'm deaf. It's like a silent movie to me. Is it my turn to talk? Okay, this is what we're about to do. I need you to get qualified in 24 hours. I need you to set up a PBR, and I need you to get, when's the national? Well, you know what? Until I hear my conversation come back to me, I don't hear anything they're saying. Especially if they're already in the business. But I have that even with people that aren't in the business, but especially if they're already in the business, because you came on my team, you paid $4.99, you bought my conversation. You came, mentors you, coaches you, and leads you because you bought the package when I did the presentation. I don't care if you came in underneath Inga. I don't care if you came in underneath Lana. You bought it because she brought you in front of me, and now you want to give me all the reasons why you can't do what you can't do. But I are you guys following me in my conversation? And I'd be irresponsible to listen to your weak conversation. I would be falling short. I'm now at fault for your failure. I'm not going to fail. You must become me being you today. Is everybody getting that so far? Yeah. Once the state of mind is there, the spirit's right. We get into preparation. Now we need a plan. And the plan is what we're going to cover. And today, the topic is making money. How many people like that topic? Amen. So we need... I need a cupboard. I actually need a closet. So this, what you could title this, if you got a fresh piece of paper, is called The Closet of Making Money. Can't train on all of it today, but I need a closet. And after I finish this closet, throughout the day, you want to keep maybe 1 page or 2 pages. Like we may fill up 1 page right now, and you may need another page before you start writing again, because throughout the day, I'm still going to come up with more stuff that's supposed to be in the closet. Does that make sense? Because we're going shopping today. So we need a little bit more space. Because I want everybody to go and buy something in February after the national when we come back, and I want you to share what you went and bought yourself after the work you put in for the next 40 plus days. That's what I want your testimony. I went to work in the beginning of January, and this is what I bought from that 40 days of work. I want everybody to have a hell of a testimony. And it may just be, I bought my peace of mind because I paid off a credit card. That's okay. I like that. That's a hell of a gift. Yes or yes? Yes. Okay? I want everybody to go shopping right after the national and have the most extraordinary testimonial on top of the national testimonial. I want you just going to the national and coming out feeling good. I want you coming out and tripling up your income of what you did in the first 40 days. You being me, me being you. Everybody with me, yes? Yes. So let's go through a bullet point of what's in that closet. I need to have in that closet, plan with the end in mind. Commit or quit. I need to master blast calls. You being me, me being you. Not I need to do one and have somebody call. I need to become the head of the CEO of my corporation. I need to become effective at these things for my business. I need to get great at three-way calls. PBRs is in that closet. I need to have more PBRs than anybody else in the country. Not just me personally, my team. But I have to be the example. I need to lead by example. We'll train on that. I need to have a standing PBR myself every week. If I don't have a home to have it in, I'm going to claim a Starbucks. That Starbucks is going to get tired of me. They're going to know me for the next 52 weeks. It's going to become home. Can't make excuses money at the same time. I don't know what PBR is. I don't have a place. I live with my mom. She doesn't support me. I live with my daughter. I live with my cousin. I'm homeless. Whatever. Denny's is about to be my house. Every Wednesday night, I got a standing PBR at Denny's. And as I build my team, I'm going to implement it with the handful of people that want to follow me, do what I do, get paid the way I'm going to get paid. And then we're going to set it up where we have so many, it's just going to be overwhelming. Customers. I need to master customer acquisition. We'll talk about that later. Team etiquette. I need to be the MVP whenever I show up on Tuesday nights at our BOM or any other PBR. Wherever I go, how can I be of service? And how can I be less of a burden? How can I be more of a servant and less of a burden? So I showed team etiquette this morning because you'd be amazed how many representatives came in last week, last month, 3 months ago. And I have all brand new guests. Please write down a presentation, a BOM. The weekly BOM is for new people. It's not for you. You're in. You don't go up. You already voted. In fact, you're on the staff for, let's just say Obama. I don't want any of your opinions, but he's running for president. It's just a metaphor. And you're on the staff for him to earn his next inauguration. Everybody got that picture? Yes. And we're doing a town meeting in any major city. Let's just say Chicago. And all of these people are here, are potential voters to vote for President Barack Obama. And he's about to give the speech of his life because he needs this city in order to win his presidency. And you have 5 people on the staff that are already working with him and for him to get him to presidency, bombarding him with questions before he's about to do the speech of his life. Brock, I got a question just about that policy we talked about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I just need to, I know you're about to talk to them, but I've been having this question on my head and can we talk about it? President Obama, I know that you're about to have you're about to speak to all these people. Can we talk about the budget cuts? I know we're here to talk about homeless, but can we talk about budget cuts? And that's what happens before I do a presentation every Tuesday night. I have an entire team that's already on my team asking me 1,000 questions before I'm about to do the presentation and after I'm doing the presentation. They just signed on last week, last month. Some have been in for 6 months, 6 years ago. And I got 10 brand new people here. And because they got in 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, I got something I need to talk to you about. I know you're trying to close people, but new people don't even know. They're walking away. So you don't even see it. You're losing me and you money and messing up and being an example for other people and a bad example that you're stepping up. I got 5 people, and the busier and the more successful they are, the less patience they have. They don't know me or you. And you've taken my mind to over here to this question. And these people over here, people are like, I got to stand in line. I didn't know I had to stand in line, but I'll stand in line. Okay, I'll give it 2 minutes because I don't stand in line for nobody. But if you say I need to stand in line, okay, I've been here for now 5 minutes. I got to go. And I'm answering your question because I don't want to be rude to you. You're already in the business. And you want to fill my head with these other, well, I need to know about rates. Can you do a blast call? Can you do a 3-way call? You know what? When can we sit down and do a one-on-one? Are you freaking kidding me? Because you have no guests. You want to steal and rob from everybody else that has guests. That is so not cool. Is anybody getting this? Yeah. That's why I play team etiquette. You being me being you. I need to, and it's unconscious because you don't know what you don't know. But you actually unconsciously lose us a lot of money. Just on the strength about if we have more RVPs, then we know there's another time for that. We can act, wait, call, do whatever we got to do. There's another system we can put in place. And if you're a leader, you can help put that system in place and say, okay, Mr. Nelson, Dr. Brown says, how about Monday? That's the day everybody can send you emails and questions, and then could you just answer them all within 24 hours on Monday? I like that system. Yeah, Monday's my most down day, but you as a leader, you can't just get frustrated and say, but I never get a chance to talk to you. You're always too busy, and I never know when to get around to you. That's because you aren't working at the level I'm working. You got 5 other lives. I have 1 in 100,000 people. But if you step up as a leader and said, I'm going to help you out. I'm gonna create a portal. I'm gonna create an email. I'm gonna make them all come to me because it's one of my most frustrating points because I can't get to you. So I'm gonna help you out. That's what leaders do. They take the burden off of another leader. Just like the gentleman said last night about how his guests didn't get in because of da-da-da-da-da. Instead of complaining, I'm not talking about him, but instead of having an issue or having a challenge, be the solution. You need to write that down. I need to be the solution because that's part of the making money closet. I need to always be the solution. I see a problem, I fix it. I don't complain about it. I'm new. Who cares if you're new? Jordan comes in, he's getting paid $100 million. Trust me, if he has an issue, he's not gonna say, well, I'm new, I'm just gonna wait. He's like, no, there's something wrong with this right here. I can't operate like this. See, when you raise your life to a level of excellence up here, it doesn't matter if it's your first day or your 100,000th day, you don't settle for it. It's like, and you don't complain about it. It's like, I need to find a solution for this. This isn't going to work for me. Not with my dreams, not with my goals. This is going to lose us money. So I'm going to figure it out. Does everybody get this conversation? Yes. Topic, generating money within the family. I'll get to that later. Just write that down. Have a lot of ideas about that. The 2 things that will make me the most amount of money is edification and fear of loss. I need to master that. Edification and fear of loss. In fact, put 4 or 5 stars next to it. Put a square around it. That is your money key. That is the master key. I'm giving you a lot of keys here, but that's the master key. Edification and fear of loss. That's the master key to making money. Business accounts, making money. Talk more about that later as far as volume. Dress code, that's in the vault. Dress code. Filming. Like I know Inga has access to it. We have a couple other people have access. I mean, why is Anthony the only one setting with a camera? How come nobody, if you wanted to become a master at this, why wouldn't you set up your own camera or a video camera and be videoing this and go back and know how you're going to run your organization? You being me being you. Do you plan on having an organization of 100 RVPs in your organization? Because that's what we're creating right here. I would want to know how Mr. Nelson formatted this conversation, and I'm bringing up my own video camera. I would be videotaping this and going back. Plus, I'm going to review it. I'm going to know all the information. I'm not going to miss anything because I know I only retain 10% of what I hear. So I want to go back and hear it again. I want to take notes off of it again. I don't want to just have it on a digital recorder. I want to see it. I want to see the posture. I want to see the tonation. I want to see the shifts in the room. I want to see the shifts that he creates. I'm videotaping everything. Then there's other ways of being able to do that. I can create if I'm more adept when it comes to that filming. Maybe you have somebody else who has. Like, why didn't you collaborate with 3 or 4 other people? Well, who has access? And can we create clips out of this? What if we put this up on our website? What if my new team that came on, they all had access to this information? I mean, how far are you thinking as an SVP sitting here? That's another burden off of me trying to figure out, well, we can have this. And he said he's creating a new site for us that's going to launch this year. Well, we could actually have this, and we can have different capsules for everything. So acquiring customers. Well, I mean, I'm still having challenging acquiring customers, but I just call Miss Yancey. No, why don't you just do it one time and never have to call her again in your life? And how about set it up for everybody else on the team? How about that? Is everybody getting this conversation? Photos. Now, between myself and Dr. Glenn, we have George and our family who comes and takes pictures, and you know, it's a token. It's nothing what he's worth, but we feel we give him enough money to be able to take pictures all the time. But when was the last time, one, not that you just took pictures, but you brought your own camera, or you brought and asked George, because you got 3 new people on your team, 2 new people on your team. You said, you know what? Stand up for me. We're about to launch something that's amazing. I know you don't have the money right now, and I know you're going to get it in the next week, but you're ready to get started, yes? Okay, because the 2 of us, I want to take a picture of this moment so that we remember this date changed both of our lives, of us 2 building this into 2000. George, can I get a picture with my new business partner? We just created an alliance to take over the world. When was the last time you had George take a picture of you and your new business partner? When's the last time you made somebody feel like they were the next president of the United States on your team? Now, I have him capturing moments for me. When was the last time you had? He's there, and we already take care of him. He's for our family. He's the biggest team player in the world. You guys say hi to him. Some of you walk around him. He's the most quiet person in public. But so if you don't say hi to him, he probably didn't talk to you. But you see him because he's walking around taking pictures. But if you're planning on building the biggest organization within our organization, when was the last time you had your, I just got 3 ETTs. Or you got 2 people. You 3 are going ETT next week. I want to take a picture of before and after picture. Let's do this. It's a powerful conversation. Yes, yes. Yes. It's just in the vault. Events pre-sold. We'll talk about that. That's in the vault. Write that down. Events pre-sold. Printer. Well, if I'm going to get tickets for my events, I'm going to need a printer on my team. See, I actually go out specifically and recruit people that are going to work within the realm of our business to be able to triple their income in and on top of what they already are mastery of. And if they're actually in my business, that means they understand the business to apply it towards what I have a need for in the first place. Does that make sense? Yes. And I'll just put it in the universe and it always shows up. So even if I have to subcontract, as I've done for the website for the last couple of years, I still have Michelle who knows 100% that she can actually enhance it and take what I want to the next level because she's in the family. Or if you have a talent that you can bring that can enhance our multi-million-dollar business, what are you doing with that skill set here? Because I haven't had a conversation with you. We haven't had a think tank on that. You haven't offered, why? Because I didn't ask. What I asked, aren't you in business with me? I'm giving you 100% of my soul. What are you giving me, 10% of yours? Is this making any sense? Yes. Philanthropy, just write it down. We're going to put a think tank together in regards to that. So leave another page for the closet because we're going to go shopping today. There's going to be a lot more things that actually hit me. We're going to start with you understanding how to make money. On your next page, that's what you can have that as the topic. How you get paid. And then second, we're going to go into the strategy of implementing the how-to. That makes sense?
Yes.
When you look at that Navy SEAL piece, right? When you look at the Navy SEAL piece, or if you've ever looked at somebody before they get in a fight, or if you've ever looked at somebody who was pissed off because they were either disappointed or upset with their child, or you ever had that look in your face when you had a bill you couldn't pay and anybody understand this conversation? See, when a person is going SVP, when they decide, and I use SVP metaphorically, synonymous with whatever you see on the other side of money for your life. It's not about SVP. Is everybody with me on that so far? But if you find somebody, when they're focused on where they have to be, your child is hurt, you got to get to their school. Everybody with me on that so far? There's a specific look at a person's eye. How many people know what I'm talking about? It's almost, it's so focused on what I have to get done or where I have to be. The curious starry-eyedness goes away. The inquisitive side goes away. I got something I have to do, and everything else is almost in my way. Somebody follow me on that so far? Yes. Okay. I want you to be that SVP in the breaks today, and I want you to be that servant and impact somebody else's life, either with your own conversation or with your listening of another conversation. And I want you to connect. I want you to intentionally connect with at least 5 people on a whole nother level before this day is up. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So when I say take a break, it's not just break. It means that you're still working and becoming who you need to become. Because you're still breathing when you walk away, yes? When I say break, you don't stop breathing, do you? So I don't want you to stop focusing in on who you need to become. Break does not mean we stop. It means that we're just detoxing, but we're still moving forward. Does that make sense? Everybody know that so far? Becoming successful, just like breathing, needs to become involuntary. On my breaks, I'm still answering questions. I'm still dealing with people. People want to come and talk to somebody with me. So I'm not breaking, because too many of y'all keep coming up to me. It's like, you guys act like I don't need a break. So y'all like, this is the break. So now I can go blah, blah. I can get to him now. Just the time. Gotcha. I'm like, I said break. Do I not get a break? In my head, you should see some of my conversations when y'all come. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? I just said break. Can I get a break? Can I just go to the bathroom? I'll be right back. So when we come back, yes, sir, Mr. Wellington.
I'm gonna be your bodyguard.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break. When we come back, I'm just gonna bring up. I'm not even gonna bring them up. You guys already know to clap and just celebrate anybody that I bring up here, and that's gonna be Mr. Steve Strachan, and he's gonna go through sharing with you through the marketing plan, it being January, how we're gonna make this money quickly, fast, in a hurry, and I need you to understand it. So he's gonna take his time in going through this new marketing plan, because I know none of y'all have taken an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to go into the back office, not just watch the video and dissect the marketing plan. See, we take time to understand how to get paid. We want to maximize our money. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes. There's a lot of money on the table, and you guys, he's going to get you so excited about just understanding what's on the table. Is anybody excited about hearing this? Yes. Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Make it, say 5 is 10, because y'all are Negroes. 5-minute break, and I need you to be back in your seat in 10 minutes. Can everybody do that? Yeah. Can you do that? Yeah. Outstanding. I work for claps. What's up with that?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be returning shortly.
And we thank, let's give a round of applause for Mr. Nelson. And now some of you were not here yesterday, correct? Who was not here yesterday? Okay, fantastic. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Steve Strachan. I'm a regional vice president with ACN. I have a background in the entertainment business. I've been with ACN for 12 years. It'll be 13 years next week in January. And because everybody has a story, everybody has a background, and it's important that you know who you're speaking to. But Mr. Nelson is recognized as the pinnacle of pinnacles in all network marketing, in ACN, and in life and in business coaching. So please do not take his time for granted. Please do not take his words of wisdom and not internalize them, because the play that he just did with you being me, me be you, how many of you got a hold of how powerful that is?
Oh my God.
Because if you want to be successful in life, if you want to be successful in ACN, you have to get here. If you stay where you are, where will you be? You have to get here. And the only way, and our job is to help you. We can't do it for you. We're to lay out a foundation that makes it possible. And at the end of the day, as long as you don't quit on yourself, as long as you don't quit on your family, as long as you don't quit on your goals and dreams, you will get there, guaranteed. So let's have a round of applause for yourselves for being here. And we just talked about the compensation plan. So the compensation plan is what determines our actions. It determines how we're paid. It determines our future. It determines pretty much everything in the ACN framework. This is the path that literally everybody walks down. The people that make millions of dollars per month, or no, sorry, millions of dollars per year. We aren't at $1 million a month yet. But there will be time in the near future when the senior vice president position, many of them will be yielding over $1 million a month. Who wouldn't mind being in that position? And everything that we're talking about is pro athlete money, is celebrity, entertainment celebrity money. So the first thing to understand is that ACN, we get paid a few different ways. And in most of our businesses and most of our careers or jobs, we tend to get paid one way. When we show up for work or we do a procedure, we get paid. If we don't show up for work, we don't do a procedure, we don't get paid. It's a linear income. You go to work, you get paid. You go to work, you get paid. What happens if you don't go to work? You don't get paid. That is not the best way of working. Because I don't know if you put two and two together, but if the only way you make money is by going to work, you're positioning yourself to work for the rest of your life. Now, who's excited about working for the rest of your life? Okay. So fortunately, we're living in a time when financial education and financial awareness is now coming to the mainstream, and people are really starting to realize, the system isn't designed to support me, it's designed to support the wealthy people. So we're lifting people up, we're educating them, and one of the key factors with true wealth comes from the term residual. Residual income is work that you do once, and then you get paid over and over and over again. Am I the only one who likes the idea of doing that? No. Right? And so ACN is so simple, because every one of us here in this room and every one of us all around the world, and this is the key with ACN, because it's a business with no borders. There's not a man, woman, and child in the entire world, as long as they are part of the civilized world, that won't pay a phone bill, internet bill, television bill, gas bill, electricity bill. Does everybody agree? And so this business is crazy powerful because it's a business with no borders. It's a business with unlimited potential. And now with $499, you get to literally plug your cord into the wall that has unlimited income hitting your bank account. How many of you can get excited about that? That costs $499. But that's just the beginning. See, you will make millions and millions and millions of dollars with this business if you follow the system. Okay, so residual income. Let's talk about what residual income is. I come from the entertainment business. There's a number of people in the entertainment world. Residual income is when you do something once, you perform in a movie, you record a song, and you make money over and over again. Now, everybody has residual bills, so rather than having just residual bills, we're going to turn it into residual income. Now, there's two different types of residual income. One is your personal residual. You may want to write that down. And then the other is overriding residual income. The personal residual income is essential. It's based on the customers that you personally sign up. Okay? Overriding is the customers that are signed up as a result of the team that you build. Okay? So your personal customer points, we're going to talk about those first. Now your goal is to maintain what's called 60 customer points. I'm not going to get into a lot of details about this, but again, your goal is how many? 60 customer points. Now, in the beginning, when you get started, you sign up your own phone, your own internet, your own different services. I recommend that you do that. Okay? I'm not training on customer acquisition. We'll talk about that later on. But each of the services that we have has a point value. It's a little bit like basketball. Okay? So in basketball, some of the points are 2 points. Some of them are 1 point. Some of them are 3 points. Right? So in ACN, it's usually somewhere between 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Do we have any four-point services now?
6 points. 6 points.
6 points?
Digital phone, 6 points. Direct TV. Or the bundle. It's the bundle.
Oh, okay. For the most part, we're looking at 1, 2, or 3 points. Sometimes if you've got the family plans and things like that. Again, you're going to need to study the compensation plan, and you're not going to learn it all in one day, right? So how many of you want to make 1% on your customers? How many of you want to make 10%? So 10% is the only thing we're going to focus on, especially because we're the matrix family. Okay? So you need to have 60 customer points, and then you get 10 points. Okay? So the formula for getting your customers is really simple. Would you like to know how to get 60 customer points? Fast. Yes. Okay? So what you do is you make a list of the people that you know. We've talked a little bit about your list. And if you make 1 call per day over the next 60 days, that's within 2 months, within 60 days, I guarantee you, you will have 60 points. 1 phone call, because each of the services that you sign up for the most part is going to be 2 points. Doesn't mean everybody's going to be your customer, but if you make 60 calls, then you will have 60 points. Okay, now you can speed up the process. You can make 2 calls per day, and you can get it done in 30 days. Okay, it is directly proportional to the effort that you put in. Now, when you call people, you need to follow a specific script. This isn't customer acquisition. We're going to teach you what script to say. Now, you need to be consistent in what you say. Because if you say one thing to one person and something completely different to another, then you're going to screw up the process. The recipe is, this is what you do. This is what you say. Make sense? So 10%. Now, you're never going to become wealthy based on your own efforts. Is everybody aware of that? Yes. But it is critically important that you understand how to acquire customers. Why do you think that is? So you can teach others, exactly, because ACN is a system of duplication. A system of duplication. Okay? Now, another gentleman who was really good at system and duplication is a gentleman by the name of Howard Schultz. Not the gentleman who created Peanuts and the Peanuts cartoon, but Howard Schultz, who created Starbucks. You realize Mr. Schultz ultimately became a billionaire. But at one point in his life, he was an overworked cafe owner. What sounds better, being an overworked cafe owner or a billionaire? A billionaire, because he understood the concept of system and duplication. At one point, he had a long line of people standing outside of his Starbucks in Seattle. If you haven't been to the original Starbucks in Seattle, I highly recommend you go there. It's like going back in time. It's where it all began. But from there, he set up other stores. And now it's a global, and that's what you want. You want to be creating a global opportunity, and the compensation plan supports you building a global opportunity. Okay? And so this is where the gold mine kicks in. And we talked about this yesterday, where literally we are gold miners. Energy deregulation and what we're tapping into has been deemed as the modern day gold rush. Now, coming from the entertainment business, I didn't understand network marketing at all. Never had any word about it, didn't understand it, but my aunt sold Avon when I was a little boy. Everybody familiar with Avon? Yeah. Very, very successful, second biggest network marketing company in the world. And they're here in Pasadena. Now, the problem with network marketing, or the problem with Avon, was they're selling makeup and stuff like that. So for the most part, I'm not going to be a customer. the strength with ACN is literally everybody all around the world already uses the services that we offer. So this compensation plan is absolutely priceless considering everybody that we know or meet or will ever talk to will use the services. So how this works is, imagine if you were digging a gold mine. Anybody ever dug a gold mine before? No. Okay. Some people on my team, they were actually in Alaska, they worked in a gold mine. I said, how cool is that? But they didn't get to keep any of the gold. Right? So the point is this, is when you're digging a gold mine, this is the philosophy you need to be having, okay? Because when you're digging a gold mine, is the gold just sitting there and you just need to pick it up? No. No. It's hard work. You gotta get dirty. Okay? But if you get dirty long enough, you get crazy rich. So what we're doing is we're just digging in the gold mine. So again, the way the compensation plan works is you earn up to 8% on your entire team until you hit regional vice president, but you earn up to 8%. So this, everybody know how much a 1/4% is? It's next to nothing. But if it's hitting your bank account, is next to nothing better than nothing? So again, so a quarter. And again, as you're building your team, you're not focused right now, you're focused on hitting the mother lode, all the gold, okay? And so a 1/4%, wow, we just got a 100% raise. You know what a 0.5% is? It's twice next to nothing. But it's still, when it's hitting your bank account, it's still a good thing, okay? And I'm going to give you an example of this so that you really understand the power of what we're talking about. But eventually, now you start hitting the gold. Because when you're digging for a gold mine, you got a gold mine in your backyard, who would be digging for the gold? Would you dig just an hour a day, or would you go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Get a backhoe, get a whole crew, get everybody right? Get the gold, get the gold, get the gold. Because when the gold's in the dirt, it has no value or no monetary value. But once it's out, now you can do something with it. So we just want to get to the gold as fast as possible. Make sense? Yeah. And so again, as you're digging for the gold, you got to move some dirt and some rocks and dirt and rocks, and you find a little piece of gold. But if there's one piece of gold, there's more. So you just keep moving the dirt and the rocks and the dirt and the rocks. And if you keep doing that long enough, what happens is you hit gold. Gold, 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 gold. Who likes the idea of owning your own gold mine? You know the downside of owning a gold mine? You got to mine it. That's one of the downsides. But if you got enough money, you can hire people. They get dirty for you. The downside to owning a gold mine is at one point it will run out of gold. And then what do you own? You got a hole. You got a liability, right? And then you got to fill it in, right? So the point is this is a gold mine that will never run out, because at no point will we ever not utilize the essential services, certainly not in our lifestyle. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cool. So the way this works is we're going to build a team. Now, again, when I got started 12 years ago, I didn't understand this concept, but I met individuals like Mr. Nelson. I met other leaders who shared with me the simplicity of this. It's not like producing Super Bowl commercials. It's not like being a doctor. It's not like running a traditional business. It's not like running an organization, a foundation like this. It's really simple. So your job is to identify two people. Now, will you play with me? Will you two play with me? Okay. So your name, sir?
Chet.
Chet. Do me a favor. Can you stand up, Chet? You okay? Are you recording?
I'm recording on that.
Okay, good. Nice to meet you, Chet. I'm Steve. Chet just joined the team. Welcome to the team. A round of applause for Chet. Okay, fantastic. Now, Chet, as I recall yesterday, you had a great life. Your season, how old are you? You told us yesterday.
80 years old.
He's 80
I'll be 80 this month.
Isn't that amazing? Oh, I want to be half as healthy as you when I get 80. That's awesome. So thank you. So now, do you know two people anywhere in the world that would like to make more money?
Yes, I do.
Or do you know two people that would like to retire early?
Yes.
You know two people that are sick and tired of working in the job that they're in?
Yes.
Got it. So let's just say we found two people. Now, would you do me a favor? I'm Steve, you are? Joyce. Now, I want you to just stay right here. And Joyce, and then your name. Millette. Could you do me a favor? Could you stand up here? So Joyce and Millette are friends, and they got started in the business. Okay, so we have two people to join the business. Now, they're on the first level, so you're going to earn 1/4% off of all their customers. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, now you're going to go sign up your mother, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your neighbor, your own services. You're going to build a customer base, and you're going to get paid every time you know, her mom pays her phone bill and her friends.
Yep.
Anybody have a problem getting paid off of customers you didn't acquire? Okay, good. So most people shouldn't. And now you guys introduce two people. Can I get Linda and JoJo and your name? Vijay, stand up, and one more. Okay, stand up, please. Those 4 people that were sponsored by your team members. Again, you're not limited to 2. You can have as many people as you want. This is just an example. It's never going to turn out exactly like this. So those 4 people, they're now on your second level. You're going to earn 0.25% off of their customers, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're going to introduce 2 people each. And so can I have you 2 stand, and then you 2 stand, and then you 2 stand, and then 2 more. So 4 people beyond there. So they are now on your third level. You're going to get paid 0.25% on them. You definitely don't know their customers.
No.
Now, you don't know who one of those guys' uncle is, but he's got a big hardware store, and he's got a chain of restaurants as well. And they do credit card processing. And you're going to make a boatload of money off of those guys too. Okay. Now that's going to become probably your favorite chain of restaurants now. Okay? Because your life will start changing once you start realizing where your money's coming from. Okay. So they're in your third level. And then can I have 8 people beyond there stand up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why aren't everybody in the back section there? Stand up. Okay. So they are now on your 4th level, and now you're getting paid 0.5% on their customers.
100% raise.
100% raise on that 0.25%. Okay. Now, so again, that's just going down to your 4th level. Okay. And so now we had 8 people there. So let's have half of this section stand up. Back to that row there. Okay. No, not that row, Dr. Maxey, just the row just ahead of us. That should be about 16 people, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now they're on your 5th level, and now you earn 3% on all of their customers. Is that okay? Got it? Now again, what if you got frustrated because you had a hard time finding 1, 2, or 3 people in the beginning? This doesn't work. They told me kindergarten was going to be much easier than this. Sandbox and blocks and nap time, right? The point is anybody can do this as long as they stay focused on where they're going. Does that make sense? So let's have all of this back section stand up. Now you just got a big raise, by the way. Stand up. Okay, which is called the power of exponential growth. That group, now you get paid 5% off of all those customers. I know you like these guys, but don't you like them more? There is no favoritism once money starts flowing. And what my business mentor taught me, he said, money doesn't sleep. And if you can just get excited that you've tapped into money that never sleeps. And so by the way, because all of these people just joined your team, imagine there's another room on the other side, and all of these people just stood up, and now you get paid 8% on all of their customers.
Getting better all the time.
Understand, we never focus on where we are. We only focus on where we're going. Okay? Because besides now, this is the last time now is ever going to exist. Right? And so I guarantee you the next 10 years are definitely going to happen for you, God willing. So where do you want to be 10 years from now? The actions that you take today will completely transform your life, your children's life, your children's children's life, and more importantly, your children's 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 life. Does that make sense? Fantastic. Have a seat.
Thank you.
So that's residual income. Okay? The residual income, this aspect of the compensation plan has not changed. It's the exact same as it was before. The reason why it hasn't changed is because it was already fantastic. It was perfect. Because everybody joins ACN for residual income. Okay? So the next slide. Again, everybody has to acquire customers. If this whole team, but nobody gets customers, it doesn't matter. Okay? So when people are joining the business, now we have a whole new realm of compensation plan. Now, I didn't get this in the beginning, but like Mr. Nelson shared, when you start going through and you start running the numbers, you will be blown away when you understand how much money is truly on the table. But again, you're not focused on where you are, you're focused on where you're going. So I want everybody to focus on this team coordinator position. I want you to write that down right now, because this is the position that must be your short-term focus. Write down, I must hit team coordinator ASAP. You get to determine what ASAP means. I've helped people hit team coordinator in under 90 days. I've helped many people hit team coordinator in under 90 days. I've helped other people do it in 120 days. I've helped other people do it in 180 days. I've helped some people do it in 365 days. I've helped some people not even, they joined the business 2 years, 3 years ago. They still haven't hit team coordinator, right? So you are in control based on your actions that you take. So the new compensation, when somebody joins your team, you will then earn a bonus, okay? If you are the sponsoring person, for example, Clark? Chet, sorry. Chet. When Chet sponsored his 2 business partners, go ahead, please. Okay. The new IBO, when they get started, if you're just getting started, when you get qualified, everything has to do with getting qualified. If nobody gets qualified, there's no money. And the reason why that is this is not a recruiting business, this is a customer acquisition company. If no customers are acquired, no money is generated. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. So customer acquisition, when the new IBO signs up, they get qualified with their 3 services, they will then earn a $40 check right away. What's different about the new compensation plan is that because the new IBO is receiving money, now there is a built-in incentive for them to want to get qualified. Okay, that's brand new, and it's a pivotal turning point for us. Really exciting for the new IBO, because when people get a check, especially they get a check quickly, it builds their belief. Does that make sense? Again, certain things we believe in, though we've never seen, but once you get a check, it's hard not to believe. Does that make sense? Got it. So the person who sponsored the new IBO, they're going to earn $25. Who's excited about making $25? Okay. Now, for some people, $25 is a lot, but other people it's like, so how you need to think about this is imagine when you leave here, you go out to your car, and there's a $20, just $20, there's a $20 bill on the floor. Who's going to pick it up and who's going to walk past it? Everybody's going to walk past it. And if the wind's blowing, oh, $20. And if you do not acknowledge the value that $20 holds, the universe will not give you $20. That's right. You have to respect it. There's a penny. You see Linda and I, as we walk around, we'll pick up a penny. We jump up and down. Woo, 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 I'm a money magnet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For just a penny. Those of you who've done Millionaire Mind Intensive. It is so important for you to recognize the universe wants to give you money. But you need to acknowledge the money that the universe gives you. If you disrespect the money, I guarantee it won't stick around and it won't come to you. Make sense? So again, $25 for the person that sponsors, which is fantastic. Okay? When you become an executive team trainer, so executive team trainer is yourself plus 2 business partners, they will earn $30. So the sponsoring person gets $25. The new IBO gets $40. The sponsoring person gets $25. The executive team trainer gets $30. Now again, it's getting better. You see, the key is as you advance through the compensation plan, you get paid more and you get paid better. Okay? So at ETT, up to $30. And again, yeah. You get. There's no you get $25 for sponsoring, and you get $30.
So that's 55.
I believe so. Yes, that is correct. So everybody, so again, there's incentive for you to be personally sponsored. Okay, so ETT gets $30. Now, executive team leader, which means that you, again, if you're not familiar with this, it's yourself with 3 ETTs. Of course. You're encouraged to. For example, if you've got 3 legs and you want to start a 4th leg, Yeah, you're the sponsoring.
Okay, I thought, all right, I know you keep it going line.
Got it. So again, and there's different strategies. Again, we're gonna stay focused, okay? We're gonna help you with the different strategies, okay? So, and your goal is to hit team coordinator as fast as physically possible, because you're going to see why, okay? So again, when you're at an IBO and you have 3 executive team trainers in 3 separate organizations, okay? Now you become an executive team leader. And now when people join your team, that's $50 for everybody that joins your team. So I'm going to have a couple people stand up. Chet, can you stand up? So Chet is now an executive team trainer. And are you okay standing with us? Okay, fantastic. Very good. And come play with us. So Chet has his 2 IBOs that come stand on this side, so we've got the visual. So Chet is our executive team trainer. Okay, and what is your job in the equation? As a new IBO, what's your goal? Get ETT. Okay, so her goal is to become ETT. So what is she going to start doing? Sponsoring people. Okay, so Jojo and Linda, can you do me a favor? Can you stand up here? Okay. So when Jojo joins the team, you're going to stand right here. Making sure one of her IBOs. You make $25. Sorry, you get $30 for her joining. Right? Okay. You get $25. Okay, and then Linda, come up. So now when Linda gets qualified and you've got your 7 points and JoJo is qualified, now you become the ETT. Are you excited? Give me an excited dance. Now, Chet, are you excited that she's an ETT now?
Terrific.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Now she's going to make the $30 and you're not going to make anything. Is that okay? Good, because his focus was never to be a long-term ETT. He knew that was only his short-term goal. Now his goal is to become an ETL. So he's going to sponsor 1 more person. So you're going to sponsor your 3rd IBO, your 3rd leg, because your focus is now ETL.
Okay.
You have 1 ETT over here.
Yes.
Now we're going to help you hit ETT. Is that okay? Okay. Now your goal is, because again, the new IBO's goal is to hit executive team trainer. Can you 2 do me a favor? Come stand up. Okay. So when they join, stand right here. Your name, sir?
Shavani.
Savani? Shavani. Fantastic. Thank you. And Inga. I'm going to call you Izzy again. I'm so sorry. So when Shavani and Inga join the team, you get $25 for each of them joining. Fantastic. They're going to get qualified. They're going to get $40. Now you're going to get $30 a piece for each of them who join as the ETT. Okay, is everybody clear with this? Yes. Okay, and so fantastic. Congratulations, you're an ETT. Give me an ETT dance. Okay, great. Trust me, when the checks arrive, you will be dancing. Now, here you have an absolute go-getter. Now she says, I'm going to nail this. She recruits 3 people right away. And so when these 3 people join the team, she gets paid $25 for each of them. They each get $40 a piece, but she gets ETT right away. And boom, what happens to Chet? ETL. Bing, bing, bing. Give me the ETL dance.
Oh, man.
Exactly. Right? So does everybody understand what ETL looks like? You cannot become an ETL with 2 legs. You need to have 3. Okay? So 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs. Now we are not in control of what our IBOs do. Again, we are not in control of what our team members do. Our goal is to create a winning environment where everybody wins and support those people that are ready to run. Does that make sense? Yes. Cool, fantastic. Everybody grab a seat, except for Chet. I'm going to work you, Chet. I like you. Okay, so Chet's goal is to hit team coordinator. Why does Chet want to hit team coordinator? I know Strack can talk about this, but why do I really want to hit team coordinator? Everybody's making $40, $25, $30, $50. How much does the TC get? Boom! $200. Now we're talking. Okay? Now, you see, what happens is people that start making money, they start to get excited. And they start to be self-motivated because they say, if I already made some money, if I do more of that, I'll make more money. Because we're all conditioned. We're all conditioned. If I work, I get paid. If I work, I get paid. And now with the new compensation plan, when I work, I get paid. Okay? It's much simpler than it was before. And this is powerful, each and every one of us. So, team coordinator. So now you've got a couple ETTs, a couple ETLs. Imagine if you had 5 people that joined your team as a TC. How much money would that be? That'd be $1,000. Are you comfortable with a $1,000 check?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Again, everything is the beginning. Okay. So again, $1,000. By the way, that's just one of your legs at 5. How many legs do you have?
3.
Okay. What if 3 of your legs each had 5 people join your team? That would be $3,000. And now you got your mortgage payment covered. Yes. Okay. Or if you don't have a mortgage payment, now you're able to start setting up your down payment for the home that you own. Okay? So again, everything that we do in ACN, it is supplemental income. It's designed as supplemental income. You work full-time in your job, you work part-time on your fortune. What happens is eventually your part-time will replace your full-time, and then you have more choices in life. Does that make sense? Yes. We're not promising get rich quick here. We are giving you a track record to run on. We're giving you a winning environment where you can win, and your job is to plug in, follow the system, and run around the track. Okay? So got it. So the great thing is Chet, now did you always want to be a team coordinator, or did you sign up to become a regional vice president?
I signed up to be an SVP.
SVP. Okay? So ultimately, in order to get SVP, he's going to need to have at least 6 legs. Now, when's the best time to start building your future? Now. So he's got his 3 legs, and we're working with them, and we're supporting, and based on the video that we saw yesterday, we're doing the tap rooting, and we got all these new people, and we're working through them. We're working deep. Okay. Now, how you hit team coordinator, by the way, is you have 3 different organizations with 200 customer points each. Okay. So 3 legs with 200 customer points each. Okay. Now, if each of the services are 2 points, how many customers is that in each leg? Not too many. It's 100. Again, if you have 5 people and each one of them have 20 customer points, right? That's 100 points. But if they have 20 actual services, that's 40 points, right? So the point is relative. The point is very simple. We help our team members get started, how to acquire customers, and you will undoubtedly hit team coordinator. Make sense? Yes. Very good. Okay, so now when Chet personally sponsors, he's going to start his 4th leg. In order to hit regional vice president, you need to have 4 legs. For this 4th leg, he's going to be the sponsoring QTT. He's also going to be the ETT. He's also going to be the ETL, and he's going to be the TC. Now again, he doesn't earn the sponsoring QTT. That's gone away at this point. But he will be making now $280 for everybody that joins his team. So his new IBO, who's going to get started, could you do me a favor? What is your name again? Samantha. Samantha represents Chet's 4th leg. Okay? Because he's on the fast track to hit RVP in 12 months. And all he needed to do is find 4 people who are crazy. Can you do me a favor? Can you stand over here? So now in your 4th leg, you have a brand new IPO. And now everybody that joins underneath her, you now make $280.
Wow. Are you crazy?
So in the first couple people, he's going to be making $280 because he is the team coordinator, the ETL, and the ETT. That's all open, open, open. Does that make sense? Yes. Now his goal is to help her become ETT. Now once she becomes ETT, then she makes $30 for everybody that joins your team, right? And he'll only make $250. Okay? Again, imagine if you had 10 people in this leg generating $250 each, and now that's an additional $2,500 in addition to the other $3,000 that he has.
Oh, so that's what we're talking about.
right? So that is the reason why, okay? Now, again, you're not in control of your IBOs. You're there to support their success. But the way the compensation plan is designed now is that everybody in the equation has an incentive to win. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you for pressing. Okay. So now what happens is, as Chet is becoming, he's well on his way to team coordinator, on his way to regional director. Okay.
You want me to sit down?
Maybe. What you think? Okay. So I'm going to have you stand up. Do me a favor. Come on over here. This is one of your team coordinators who joined your business. Okay. Fantastic.
Another coach.
And then Linda, come on up. This is Linda Marquez, team coordinator with ACN. Round of applause for Linda. Okay. And so now you have 2 team coordinators on your team. But you have 4 legs going and growing. Okay. So underneath, you now become a regional director. Okay. So now you're going to make $80 on everybody that joins your team in your organization. But underneath Linda, she's the team coordinator. She's going to be making $200 on the people that join your team. And Millette, oh, that's unique. Millette. Okay, so you're going to make, and Millette's the team coordinator. She's going to make $200 or whatever. Now you're going to make, because you're what's called the TC, first generation. This is generations. Okay, 1 generation, 2 generations. Okay. So your first generation. So you're now going to make $80 on everybody underneath Linda's organization. Okay,
that's right.
And everybody under Millette's team, you're going to have $80 as well.
Right.
So imagine if Millette had 20 people join her team in this month, and that's what she's focused on. And Linda had 20 people joining. 20 times $800 is $1,600. So from this group here, he'd have an additional $3,000. And they're doing the majority of the work. How many of you like that idea? Okay? So that's where the generations. Now what happens, and this is what's exciting and scary. Remember when we talked about exciting and scary? You're going to have money coming in from places that you don't know. And like Mr. Nelson says, those of you who have heard this, if you know where all your money is coming from, you don't have it. So our goal is to get you to a place where you're going, I have no idea where this came from, but I'm so excited. No, then you need to get over here. There's magic happening. Blessings. That's when the abundance starts to flow. Does that make sense? So Linda's goal is to become regional vice president. Millette's goal is to become a regional vice president. So everybody's goal is to advance. So you're going to earn $80 on each of them, $20. Okay, so we're clear? Now, boom. Now you become a regional director. Linda becomes a regional director. Now you're going to earn $30 on all of her people. And Millette hits regional director. You're going to make $30 on top of her, right? And if she starts another group and she's their open line team coordinator, you're still going to make the $80. No, you're still going to make the first generation TC. Here we go. It gets confusing. $80 plus $30 if there's no other team coordinator between her. And again, it's a little confusing, but just know there's an awful lot in it for you. When you become a team coordinator, everything comes back to, I must hit team coordinator now. Why? Because here you get paid more and you get paid better. Here you get paid more and you get better. Get paid better. Here you get paid really, really, really good. Really, really, really. Okay. Regional vice president, $70. So again, what's on all of this? So there's so much money in the equation. Next slide. And what I realized, I didn't realize this in the beginning. And this is what I want you all to grab a hold of. And this is the reason why Mr. Nelson is so excited, and all the regional vice presidents, senior vice presidents are excited. So there's a sixth, you guys can grab your seat. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. There's a up to $665 payout. So if you tally up all the different money, I'm going to show you how this works, but do you realize that there are some senior vice presidents that have over 1,000 people joining their team? Yes. There are regional vice presidents that have over 500, 600 people joining their team on a monthly basis. Multiply that by 1,000. How much money is that? That's $665 Now that's the maximum, not all of them. But what if it was only $250,000 or $350,000 that came in as a senior vice president on a monthly basis?
And this is paid weekly.
And it's paid weekly. Okay? So I've had weeks, I've had months where I've had 200, 300 people joining my team. And what is scary is you realize, wow, it's possible. And in the beginning, it may be hard for you to even imagine. But if you've got a bunch of team coordinators and each of them have 30 or 40 people joining your team, then all of a sudden the numbers don't seem unimaginable. See, most people have a hard time dealing with big numbers because it's just been them acquiring money for their lives. And their sole growth, their sole accumulation is based on the power of one. The power of one is a crazy powerful power. Next slide, please. Power of one says that you all by yourself there's a limit. But you put one and one together and everything doubles. You put another one, it doubles again. It's the power of exponential growth. So we went through this. So there's generational money that's available. So next slide, please. Next slide, next slide, next slide. So this is an example that we had talked about where, as a team coordinator, if you're the ETL and the ETT, you earn $280. But again, if you have somebody underneath your ETTs, right? If you're you take away the $30, ETL here, you make $200 on each of them, right? Regional director, and if you start adding up how much money is available as a regional director, you can make $360 for everybody that joins your team. Okay, again, $360. I mean, most people, like, that's a weekly paycheck, or then maybe $600, $700, $800.
That's right.
So the average person in the United States makes about $30,000 a year, maybe $40,000 a year. So in this compensation plan, we can replace that pretty darn quickly. Make sense? So again, I like to drive home the fact that ACN is a phenomenal supplemental income that will replace your income if you follow the steps quickly. Okay, next slide, please. Is that it? Okay, so this is critically important that you understand this. Residual income takes time to build. In the beginning, you have 0 customers with 0 customer billing. So what will your residual income look like in the beginning? 0. There's a billing cycle. Somebody has to sign up for the service, they use the service, then they pay their bill. It's a 90-day billing cycle. So again, your residual income is going to take time. Don't plan on your residual income kicking in until about 12 months. Okay? Really kicking in. When you get your first residual check, it's going to be around $12, $13, maybe $20, maybe a little bit more. That is when you want to be the most excited. Why do you think you should get excited about a $20 check or $11 check? The one that works. Number 2, it's the smallest check you're ever going to get. Right?
Yeah.
And the co-founders that created ACN, they started off in the beginning as IBOs. Each and every one of us are actually part of their downline. And the reason why they did that, one was they had to get paid somehow, and there wasn't a bunch of money because it was a brand new company. So they said, well, here, we'll go in, we'll be IBOs, we'll be business partners, we'll prove that the system works. And that's what they talked about, was their first residual checks. Over time, it kept growing and growing and growing, and they wrote themselves, they gave up their positions because there was enough money for them to take staff positions. Point is that first residual check is crazy powerful, because if you've never earned residual income, it is the most powerful way of earning money ever. And Jocelyn, you're an actress, right? Where's Jocelyn?
Right here.
Have you acted? Have you earned residual checks?
Yes.
That's the greatest.
They're awesome, especially when it's like, oh, bill time. Oh, cut that check from the commercial. Thank you, Jason.
Exactly. Or it cycles through again, and you get a $2,500 check. Go, what's this for? I don't care. go shopping.
Yes.
As a commercial producer, we would have hundreds and hundreds of people auditioning for the commercial. As a producer, I was like, who cares? It's like, what are these people doing? They're standing in the rain. It's like, whatever. And then once I saw and I realized from one commercial, a good one commercial can yield you $50,000, $60,000. One of my IBOs in ACN is actually the voice of Ford in Spanish. He's also the voice of Samsung, English and Spanish. He makes so much money. And he just recorded his voice once, or he goes in. See, the power of residual income is where freedom comes from. And if you truly want your freedom, you need to focus on residuals. Does that make sense? So the residual income takes time to build. And co-founders know that. But again, what happens is it's critical mass. All of a sudden, it will be bigger than the bonuses. So they've given us bonuses to kick in right away as you're building the customer base. So we get paid, in a nutshell, we get paid to build the customer base, and then we get paid residual income on the customer base that we build. But if you build no customer base, what does your residual income look like? Zero. Nothing. So you need to master simple things. Your goal is to become a master at customer acquisition, following the system, so that you can, once you know how to do it, then you can teach others. Okay? And again, there are individuals that I've worked with within my team and internationally. I know somebody that has over 300 customer points. We're going to teach you how to do that. People have 100, 150, 200 customer points. How is that possible when you start off with none? Once you learn how to do it and you realize you're not selling, you're sharing. And once you learn the power of referral marketing, if you have one satisfied customer, most people don't understand this, but they think advertising is the way business grows. No, referral marketing is much more effective. And so once you have customers, then you can follow up with your customers and say, oh, by the way, are you happy with your service? Do you like the savings? Who else do you know that would be interested in saving money on their bills? Because once you have a satisfied customer, they are absolutely priceless. Like Mr. Nelson says, he treats his customers like gold. Right? Because they'll always refer people to us. In fact, there's a book called The Tipping Point. You wanna write that one down. The Tipping Point explains about critical mass. And there are certain elements necessary for critical mass, and satisfied customers are a factor in that. Okay? So does that make sense, everybody? Any questions about anything that I shared in regards to the compensation plan? Understand that in the beginning, when I first got started, I didn't understand the comp plan. So if you're relatively new, don't plan on understanding everything. What is your goal? Your goal is to hit executive team trainer first, but team coordinator as fast as physically possible. Okay? And just so you understand that we as regional vice presidents, as senior vice presidents, as regional directors, as team coordinators, we do the exact same thing that the brand new person does. This is where ACN is so powerful. Is we're all going into the marketplace, we're all meeting people, we're all sharing the vision of what's going on with the company, we're sharing our goals and dreams, we're identifying individuals who have goals and dreams that they want to pursue, and we're giving them a vehicle that will allow them to get there. It's just a vehicle. You can work 40 hours a week for 40 years and try and retire on 40% of what you couldn't live on. Or you can start focusing now on building an exit strategy, something that supplements your income, allows you to generate money, passive residual income as well, and transform your life forever. Does that make sense, everybody? Yes. And does everybody know who, or one thing I wanted to share with you is that we live in really challenging economic times. Everybody agree?
Yes.
And I'm not a pessimist, I'm actually an optimist. But I know that things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. Does anybody else feel that way?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So this is the way that we are going to build a fortress around our family. And I don't know if you've ever been to Europe. When you go through Europe, the countryside is speckled with castles, big, huge castles. And do you know who built the castles?
The king.
Rich people. Rich people who had things to protect. And I really want you to understand that that's what we're doing for our family. We're building a financial fortress around our family. So no matter what happens with the economy, they are protected. Not just ourselves, but our children and our children's children. Because 20 years from now, what does the economy look like? What does the world look like? We don't know. 30 years from now, 40 years from now, that is where your focus needs to be. Make sense? Long, long, long-term growth. Okay? So if nobody has any more questions, yes? Senator.
Would you explain open mind?
Sure. Open line is when there is nobody in the position that you are in between you and the person who is joining the business. Going back to our example of Chet. When Chet was an executive team trainer, once his IBO became an executive team trainer, everybody underneath that ETT was no longer open line for Chet. Okay? And so then Chet had another executive team trainer and another executive team trainer. He became an executive team leader. Then everybody underneath them was open line executive team leader for Chet. But once somebody in Chet's organization becomes an executive team leader, everything below that person is no longer open line to Chet.
Is that
It
just under one leg or?
Within the organization, yes, yes.
Okay.
Everything below, if Chet is the ETL, and 6 or 7 levels below, Jack becomes an ETL, everything underneath Jack is no longer open line to Chet. Everything else in Chet's organization is still, okay? But again, your goal is always to be advancing to the next position. The next position. And the beautiful thing about ACN is the only way that you get to the next position is by helping other people get to the position you're in. How many of you would your bosses say, tell you what, I want to take you under my wing so I can teach you everything that I know? It's never going to happen because in corporate America, that's how they get rid of you. True. I know many, many people, again, I'm in my 50s now. I know many, many people that they say, oh, great, hey, Jack, we want you to hire this young guy and he's going to be your assistant. They train the person who's going to be replacing them. Once they're up and running, they go, hey, thanks so much, Jack. By the way, you're out of it. That is and you just need to look at it and think about it from your perspective. If you were running the corporation, would you be hiring a 20 or a 30-year-old go-getter or hiring somebody over 50? Yeah. You wouldn't. So everybody needs to be preparing their own exit strategy. Do not plan on your boss taking care of you. Companies will not. They're going to get rid of you anytime after 40. You're totally expendable. Right? In my opinion. Yes.
To piggyback off his question, I guess the cabs from the clothesline is the only thing that's closed. Still get the residual from it, right?
Oh yeah, yes. You still, well, you're in residual income up to your 7th level. At regional vice president, it opens up. Okay, you earn everything below your 7th level. We didn't go into details. Again, as you learn more and more, you will understand more and more. Okay? We've given you the basics. Okay? Fantastic. Mr. Nelson, anything else that I can cover?
No, that's it.
Okay? Wow. So hopefully that helps you understand it. And there's a ton of money on the table. And we are so excited. You know, we've been around for 12 years, and it's been fantastic. But now it's like beyond fantastic. That's why the leadership is so excited. So, very good. Back to ladies and gentlemen. Back to the amazing.
If I get a lot out of that, give a bigger round of applause. All right. Anybody ready to get paid? Yeah. Who wants a lot of cabs? Yeah. Who wants a big residual? Yeah. Oh, hands up. Awesome. Okay. So what we're going to do is shift for a minute and make money. How many people like making money? Okay. And then we'll go back to learning how to make more money. So If you're taking notes, you're going to write down blast call. Blast call. Could you pull up my site real quick? Matrixgroup.com. When you're ready. Go to getting started. Click on the right side, host a blast call. Now, when you scroll down, I'm going to share that this actually, I'm going to tell you the two things that will get you, everyone that has ever gone regional vice president that I've worked with since in 20 years plus of working this business have mastered two things: three-way calls and blast calls. Three-way calls and blast calls. And I'm going to teach more on the three-way calls after the presentation this evening. But Daniel Dimitro, literally in less than 6 months, went RVP off of blast calls. Blast calls are the most underused, undermined tool in ACN. It's not the most undermined and underused tool in network marketing, but it's the most underused tool in ACN. Now, a blast call, what's a blast call? All it is a conference call and a number in which many of you guys have been in here, have been on a call that I do. Yes or yes? Raise your hand if you've been on one of my blast calls. So you're inviting everybody on the call. I get on the call, I do a presentation, and enrollment conversation, you get them to listen to the call, and then they come. Yes or yes? Yes. Okay. Here's the question. Who in the last 4 weeks have hosted your own blast? At least 5 calls in the last 4 weeks. You've done 5 blast calls yourself in the last 4 weeks. You've hosted it yourself. So I have 1 hand, 2 hands. I have Jamila and I have Michelle. You've done 5 already? Doctor, you did? You hosted them yourself? Go, girl. Okay. Got 3 people. That's why she's who she is. Okay. So the blast call, let's share with you. The call is the most amazing tool to launch your business, especially the night before you host a PBR, which we'll talk about. The purpose of a blast call is the same as a 3-way call: to get a prospect to set an appointment to see the marketing plan. That is the end result. The number that is used generally used, it's not that number. It's, you can write it down. I use it all the time. My number is 559-726-1200. 559-726-1200. The number is 439-412-pound. 439-412-pound. That is what I call my all-purpose number. I use that for everything. If I say I'm going to do an emergency call tonight, I use that number. If I say I'm going to do a training call, I use that number. If I say I'm going to do a team call, I use that number. What am I sharing with you? You're me today. You need to go get your own number.
That's right.
That makes sense, everybody?
Yes.
Every one of you need to have your own number as if it's your home number. And you need to learn how to utilize and give that number out and host calls immediately. We'll get more into the training on that. Right now, I'm just using it for blast calls, but it is a universal number. That means if I had these 3 young ladies right here see the presentation tonight, they came to the briefing this evening, it's Tuesday night, the presentation is over. Immediately, I'm telling the 3 of them, because she may not be able to stay because she has to go and feed her dog. She may not need to be able to stay because she had to leave 5 minutes before the presentation was over because she has to go get her kids from school. She may stay just a little bit longer, but she couldn't stay to really understand what the Quick Start training is. I'm telling all 3 of them, are you interested? She says, yes. I'm jacked out of my mind. I have some questions. I really don't care. Tonight at 10 o'clock, I need all 3 of you to get on this number. Here's the number. Every one of you should be doing a follow-up on your prospects. Is everybody following me on that so far? Some of your dimensions go into that. Number one, you're taking ownership of your business. Number two, you're learning business because you have to explain the business again. Number three, you're giving them a sense of security and a sense of leadership and a sense of support. Back to where millions of dollars were lost in 2014, nobody's doing follow-up. If you have the luxury of having an ETL, Rod and Sandra, the luxury of having Cheryl, the luxury of having Dr. Maxey, the luxury of having a team coordinator like Dr. Glenn, if you have that luxury of having upper level Jamila, Ms. Frierson, if you have the luxury of having Queen Seeker, somebody who you feel comfortable with, it doesn't have to be necessarily your upline support. She may be here right now, Farrell. Is that right? Farrell may be here, and her upline is Dorothy Harris, who goes up to, it goes up to me, everybody knows me. That goes up to Miss Yancey. And Miss Yancey may be busy in a season of customer acquisition. But because she connected with Sandra while she was here, or she connected with Dr. Maxey, you don't have to be in each other's downline to have a respect for somebody that's in this room. You need to find other experts in this room to get yourself to RVP. You're me, I'm you. I'm getting everybody's number. I want to know what everybody does. I want to know who's a teacher. I want to know who's a doctor. I want to know who's a plumber. I want to know who's a full-time student. I want to know who's a single mother. I want to know who's an attorney. I want to know who's an engineer. I want to know who's a nurse. I want to know somebody who's an administrative clerk. I want to know somebody. I want to know what everybody in here does. That's if you're gonna be here with us for a year and you're me and I'm you and you're planning on finishing RBP in record time. I want to know who everybody is here. And then I want to know your commitment level, because I don't want to put RBP record time and you seem kind of sometime to me. I'm going to kind of stray away from you. I'm going to give you a hug when I see you and be like, they ain't going to be here long. So I'm going to hang out with the people that I can see in their eyes. They're going to be here for the long haul. I want to know what's in my house, even if this is my first day. Is this making sense to anybody? Yes. So I'm not just looking for title. I said, if you're blessed enough to have someone who has earned ETL or higher, great. But it doesn't have to be that. Because you got people in here that are off the chain, like Dr. Walker, who just started, but you don't need her documentation of who she was before to know that she deals with kids, she deals with technology, she deals with science, that she has an entire operation. She's a business owner. She's going to be phenomenal getting on the phone with somebody else that I know is a business owner. I have somebody who's enriched in African-American studies, who is enriched in taking pride in being Black, who truly is like what we need to do to change Black America, who's seasoned and documented, that's strong, that I want to bring in, that's another woman that I may look up to. I'll put her on the phone because I can talk to her and hear in her conversation, she's sold out, her soul's in it. Not she's in it, she is it. See, I want to know who's kind of feeling their way, kind of figuring out what's going on. Which people use as excuses, it's my first day. She's been in only a week and she acts as if she's been here for like a lifetime. Because, not because of any other reason than that's who she is. If I'm going to do something, I'm in, I'm owning it. Not let me feel my way around until I figure it out a year later. I don't have that kind of time. If I'm gonna do this, I need to get this thing done. I want to know who's in that space with me. That's how you need to be connecting with people and figuring out who you're gonna play with. But you can't be sometimey and connect with a long timey. If that makes sense. Yeah. So you have to shift to make sure that you're here for long term. Don't sit up here perpetrating and setting people up for failure because they were here. Do you remember what happened to them? And you just gone 2 weeks later. Well, I have some things that happen. No, you happen. Is everybody following me on that stuff? Okay. So this blast ball is, I have been utilizing it in 2014 for everybody. That is what I use as an insurance policy of a catch-all. That's my last resource in being able to do two things. One, reach out and get to people that I may not know. And two,
as a net that I'm hoping that if I get hypothetically, so everybody with me on this so far? Let's hypothetically say Inga is sometime. She's definitely not, but let's just say she is. If she's sometiming, meaning she's only gonna be here some of the time and gone most of it because she's gonna be gone in less than 30 days. If somebody's showing up like that because they're multitasking, got a whole lot going on and they haven't sold out yet, I use it as an insurance policy that if she showed up today and I can get the whole team to get somebody on, that maybe she got Farrell on the call, who got Mike on the call, and I could care less if she shows up tomorrow because I'm trying to get past her anyway and I'm trying to get deep in her organization. So I use that everybody can get somebody on, that the sometiming people could go away quicker and I could get to somebody too that they know before they quit. So I use it as an insurance. Is everybody following that so far? Yes. Because how many people know you've invited people that showed up, paid their money, and they're still suspect? How many people have realized, because I'm you and you're me, that I'm an RVP, that when I did invite suspects, it was probably because I was showing up as a suspect even though I'm not. Anybody got that yet? Yeah. So you'll find out that your business did not fly because you weren't flying. You're still walking around trying to tell somebody else to fly. Quack, 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 fly. Fly. Don't you know how to fly? Quack, 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 walk around like a duck. Trying to fool every other duck that you're an eagle, but you quack. Change that in 2015. Anybody getting this? Yes, yes? Yeah. So understanding this is the end result. The end result, because we're in result-oriented business, understanding the 5 phases. Number 1, goal. We have a goal. Number 2, preparation. Number 3, plan. Number 4, action. Let's get into the action, and we'll go back to planning preparation because we aren't done with that. But for right now, we're going to get into action, and that's going to result. We're getting into results. Result is, at the end of a result, the end of a result of a 3-way call or a blast call is to get a person in front of the money. Notice I didn't say a BOM. Notice I didn't say a PBR. Notice I didn't say do a one-on-one. I said get them in front of the money. The end result of a 3-way call and a blast call is to get them in front of the money. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
So we'll go back to teaching on how to do it. Right now I'm just telling you what we're doing. The one who's going to go RVP, because I'm you, you're me, I'm going RVP, you are me, I'm going RVP, is the one who's going to start hosting and doing their own blast calls. Utilizing that conference call in so many different means. Creating unity, creating a synergy, empowering my team, creating value, leveraging fear of loss, building edification, promoting an event. I get my own number tonight before I go to bed. I may only have 2 people on my team. I'm setting a call for tomorrow night. Look, we're going to have more people than we could ever actually get to the meeting on Tuesday. I don't care what we're going to do. We're going to play a 24-hour game. I need every one of you to get 5 people. Every one of you, like that's a whole lot of people. It's going to be a whole lot of people. Right now, it's 4 of us. Let's see who comes up short. Anybody getting this? Yes or yes? Yes. I'm going to get that call, but an alternative number. You can actually get another number, don't worry about that, but it says, but an alternative can be used if it is conflicting with other events. Why did I have that in there? Because I knew that all the ducks didn't get their own number yet. So sometimes I had to give my number out to everybody to use my number. Can I use your number? Can I use your number? Either because they were lazy or because they weren't taking ownership or they didn't have long-term vision. Because if you plan on being here a year from now, you should go get your own number. Well, where do I get my own number? Well, that means you haven't been to your back office to know they give it to you for free in your back office. I just heard somebody say it aloud, and I heard 20 other people say it inside your head. Where do you get the number? You haven't been in your back office. 2015. I'm you, you're me. Get in your back office. Become an RVP. Learn all the tools they give you. Everybody with me? Yes or yes? Yes. Memorize this number, this call-in number. It is generally used for everything within our organization. You're creating, you want to take me, I'm you, you're me. I want to create the biggest organization. I want to own Matrix. Tuesday, I want 90% of Matrix to be mine and 10% to be everybody else. Saturday in Palm Desert, I want 90% of it to be mine. I want 10% to be everybody else. So it may not happen overnight, but I'm going to keep saying it until I'm you, you're me.
and 90% of Matrix is mine. If Mr. Nelson wants to own the top 10 money earners in ACN at RVP, at TC, at RD, in customer acquisition, and in top 10 production by the end of 2015, now I'm gonna leave 3 of y'all slot. I need the top 7. I'm me, you're me. Is anybody understanding this conversation?
Yes.
And he's gonna help me because I'm in his organization. So I want to be the person that demands and gets all of his time, not through my mouth, but through my actions, and force him to work with me and my team only. That's the way I'm thinking sitting here. That if Greg Provenzano says, I'm just looking for, 2 or 3 people that I can use as an example for the rest of them that who aren't going to do anything or just do activity, not result-oriented business, I need to make an example of somebody and take them RVP, SVP in record time. And Greg said, I'm just looking for about 3 people. Greg, I'm the person you're looking for. I'm going to show you why I'm that person. Is anybody understanding this?
Yes.
Get that number. It's real simple. We just call a blast call. When can you do a blast call? Anytime. If I have my own number, I can set one up all the time. I can set one up for my team. I can set up one daily. Is 7-Eleven open up every day?
Yeah.
Cheesecake Factory open up every day? Walmart open up every day? So Walmart became Walmart because he set up a convenience store that had lower rates and was open more than any other store and any other hours. 7-Eleven actually duplicated that process and they became rich off the same concept, which means I can't open up my store just on Tuesday night. I can't just train my team on Saturday and then hope they know how to run an effective, efficient store on Tuesday and get to the money that I need to get to in 2015. I need to create store hours. That's the term you need to write down in the money vault. I need store hours for my business and anyone who comes in on my staff, anyone who comes in to be employed by my work, anybody who comes in underneath my tutelage, anyone who's going to follow my leadership, they need to at least know what my store hours are. I may have in the first phase, when someone first starts on my team, I may have that 98% of them are going to start on a part-time basis. They're going to hire on a part-time basis because they looked at the presentation and they have a full-time life. But if I find the right person who wants to own more franchises and get rich off of this, they're going to figure out how to get to a full-time employment through this opportunity, work their life on a part-time because this is making them millions, and on their part-time, they're doing what they love to do while they're generating a massive residual income. So I need to create this environment. Step 1, pick the time that is most user-friendly to your warm market, which means I'm going to pick a time that if I work a job, most of the people I know probably aren't off of their job till 5, 6 o'clock, so I'm going to set a 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock call. I can do that once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, depending on how committed I am, you being me being you, I would probably set one up every day. Well, what about on Tuesday night? Why, do I set one up on Tuesday night? Yeah, I heard you in your head. Yeah, and at the briefing night, yes. What's the best time to do a blast call? Right after a presentation. I just had 3 guests come. They're jacked out of their mind. What are they going to do? They're going to leave the presentation, and what's the first thing they're going to do? Call everybody they know. If they follow the instruction, maybe they won't. Maybe it's too late. Maybe they'll just call their wife, their husband, their best friend. And what do we tell them after a presentation? Shut up. Don't talk about the business. And what do? They talk about the business. Is everybody getting this? Yeah. So how do I counter that? Well, if Chet just saw the business, it's 7:30. He's done by 8:30. It's 9 o'clock. His wife is texting him saying, are you on your way home? Are you okay? It's 10:30, baby. You don't stay out this late. Guess what happens? I just set a blast call at 10 o'clock because Chet's going to go home and she's going to say, tell me about the business. Chet's going to say, baby, I can't tell you about it, but he's about to call in on this number. Why don't you get on at 10 o'clock? I just got the #1 rule in application, get myself out of the way. Write it down. Get myself out of the way. Powerful. So I set my own blast call at 10 o'clock. And I have 4 guests there this evening. And instead of them explaining it to their best friend, their girlfriend, their husband, their wife, or anybody they know, they can actually get 3, 4 people on the call because they're going to be driving home excited. When are you most excited? When you first see the presentation. So when are you going to do the most work? Right after you see the presentation. When do you make the most money? When you unconsciously don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I would like to be unconsciously rich than consciously broke. Because when you first start the business, you don't know what you're doing, so you're unconscious. You just work. You just start doing what you're supposed to do. You only stop making phone calls when you get scared and try to figure out what to say. Okay, I gotta say this right. What am I saying? What I need to say? I don't know what to say. How about not say anything, just invite? Look, I know that I need you to hear this. What is it? I couldn't even tell you, but I need you to hear it. Just get on this number. What you so excited about? When you get on the number, you know why I'm excited. Well, could you tell me? I couldn't tell you nothing about it. So then you just say, get on the damn call. Excitement is if you use that excitement for every brand new person, and you need to help them avoid the bear trap that you walked into. So I'm going to call up and I'm going to say, look, Valerie, Dr. Grant, I don't want you to mess up and do what I did. I called everybody I knew and screwed it up and almost got me out the business because I thought that I just wasn't good at this. I figured out I was just uncoachable. I didn't follow instructions. He said, shut up, and I didn't. And then I had a problem with him because I was like, this thing is supposed to be easy and it's killing me. So I almost didn't come back to the next meeting because I told everybody and I couldn't figure out why they didn't get it like I got it. And I figured out I just was uncoachable. So I need you to do it the way I didn't do it. And shut up. And just invite. So I just saw the presentation. You just saw the presentation. I need you to invite all your people on this number at 10 o'clock. You're driving home, you're going to be texting people. They're going to ask you where you just came from. You're going to say a meeting. They're going to ask you what the meeting about. Get on call at 10 o'clock. And you train every one of your people to do that. And you create a system every day. You can do a call every day at 10 o'clock. Cost you 7 minutes a day and make all your money. 3, 4 people, you've already gone in. You heard Spencer Hunt said, I worked it for 30 days inviting people. And for 4 or 5 years, I never had to invite another person. Why? Because they just kept inviting it. Kept inviting their people, kept inviting their people, kept inviting. And he was too busy helping other people making money that he couldn't even sponsor anybody himself. How many people want that problem? That's the game. This is the tool. Now I teach more on the specifics of how to do this after the blast call. But for right now, that number 559, we're going to do a call in 30 minutes. On my 559 number. We're going to take a break until 6:30. What time is it? 5:30? 5:15? So an hour from now is 6:15. So an hour 15 from now is 6:30. So some people have invited people for a presentation at 6. And so if you use urgency, which I'm going to use urgency, what's your urgency? All you have to do is get urgent at inviting a whole bunch of people to get on the call. If you feel that you already have it going on and you can work with the leader in here that you're already working with, maybe you're working with Dr. Maxey, maybe you're working with Dr. Glenn, maybe you're working with Sandra Rod, I don't know who you're working with, or an HET that is strong in here. And you just want to do it with your team and just invite people for 6:30, you don't have to get on the call. Is everybody with me on? This isn't the only call I'm doing, by the way. So the next hour and 15 minutes, you're either getting people here between 6 and 6:30 for a presentation. I don't care if it's 1, 2, or 3 guests here. Or you're working with your team to get people on the blast because you have nobody coming here. I will create semi-urgency to get them here at 6:30, but considering it's an hour and 15 minutes from now, it may work on 1 and lose 12. Doesn't really matter. But there's going to be major urgency for people to see a presentation. Guess what? I'm going to do a presentation tomorrow here. Yes. Because I'm working every day. My store is open every day in 2015. Is anybody else's store open every day in 2015? Yeah. So the core 40 was going to meet me here anyway. I just hadn't talked to Dr. Just let y'all know. We may have been in the parking lot, but we won't be here.
What time?
So long as I'm here in California, Los Angeles, I'm taking a team with me to the other side of SVP. Quick. What time tomorrow? 7:30. Invite for 7. So my blast call is going to invite for today. Oh, you can't come today? Great. Can you come tomorrow? Oh, you can't come tomorrow? Great. Then I'll see you on Tuesday. What? How many excuses are you going to have? That's what I'm going to say on the call. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to say. Yes. The call today is going to be in 30 minutes. Now it's in 25, 26.
So what time? So 6:15?
Quarter to.
It's 6:45. Oh, it's not.
You know what? Let's just do it at 6.
That's 45 minutes.
Do it at 6. Those that are coming already are coming. Those that aren't coming aren't, and so it doesn't really matter. And those that are on the call, they'll come tomorrow or they'll come on Tuesday. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll do the call at 6. Those who want to invite for that want to get people here for tomorrow, get them on that call at 6. Those that have people that are coming, then follow up with those calls and get them here in the next 30, 40 minutes. Yes. Here.
No, Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday we're at the hotel.
Courtyard Marriott.
Courtyard Marriott. Tomorrow we'll be here. I haven't planned on doing a full presentation. And my emphasis is I'm not finished with my preparation and my plan. So every day this week we're gonna be somewhere until I get my preparation and my plan. Because I mean I'm so far behind even today, but how many people are getting a lot out of it so far? So a lot. I mean, we got, it's that much, that's what it takes. See, most people get what I've done yesterday and today, which hasn't even really fully scratched the surface. It usually takes you about 30 to 60 days to get this information. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah. So we need to get all this out of the way so all you're doing is making money. Everybody like that plan? Yes. Good. So we're gonna take a break until we do the presentation. We're gonna start at 6:30. I'm going to do the call at 6 p.m. After the presentation, we'll take a small break for follow-up with the guests, and then we'll get right back on the court. Does that work for everybody? Yes. Does that work for everybody? Yes. Does that work for everybody? Yes. I'm going to take a break. My name is Brian Nelson. I work for Class. Can I have some music?
Ladies and gentlemen, please participate in this blast call. Get your people on the phone with the number that Mr. Nelson provided, and you can take part in this blast call. We will see you in 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly to our Matrix Group broadcast.
Here. Happy New Year. What everybody says within the first 3 days and then after that, right? Everybody has a gym membership. Only one person looks good. We know that trick, right? So welcome. We have some amazing information for you this evening. My name is Jamila Frierson. I'm an executive for the Matrix Group. And what you are about to see is what you probably paid December 31st. You prayed for, excuse me, on December 2014. For some of you, recognize it right away. So this is to open your mind. So before I a couple of things I'm going to need from you. Is that okay? Don't hold it in the air. I want to see it. I want to see who got the new. I want to see who needs a new iPhone. That's so how I know who to talk to afterwards. Can you do me a favor? Turn your phone on to silent or turn it off. What you're about to hear, I don't want you to miss anything. And also, I will disturb the person that's sitting next to you. Is that all right? So there's a couple of things. One thing, also, please hold all questions to ensure they will be answered. But I'm going to need you to pay attention to three things. I want you to pay credibility. Would everybody agree that credibility is important? I want you to also pay endorses us. Because when people attach themselves to a venture, when people attach themselves to something, that means they've done some research. Would you think? Last thing that I want you to pay attention to is actually came out here this evening is how you get paid. Can we do that? Okay, without further ado, I have a 6 hour, no, I'm sorry.
Happening right now in millions of homes around the world. Someone is surfing the internet or turning on a light. Someone is sending, watching TV, using a credit card, and definitely making a phone call. Just imagine if someone did any of those things. These essentials are the largest and fastest growing industries in the world. $1.75 trillion annually. And now you can be a part of it. How is this? Well, most service providers spend millions of dollars advertising to attract new customers and to try to keep happy. ACN instead works with you to go direct to the customer, eliminate advertising, and the result is more choice and a remarkable business opportunity for you. ACN, you can build a successful business by offering people an alternative on the services they're using. ACN has attracted attention in very high and among the world's most successful business leaders. One such leader is billionaire entrepreneur Donald J. Trump. His career on recognizing and taking advantage of opportunities when he sees them. After personal invitations from Donald J. Trump himself, ACN was featured on 2 episodes of The Celebrity Apprentice, NBC's hit reality television.
ACN has a reputation for success. That's really synonymous with the Trump name and other names, and you can be part of it.
Founded in 1993, ACN has grown to 24 countries on points, with offices throughout North America, Europe, America, Asia, and the Pacific, creating a solution that will stand the test of time. Ours is profiled in Fortune magazine, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, U.S. Business Review, Direct News, Success Magazine, and Success from Home. Inc. magazine ranks ACN the 26th growing company in North America. Within our first 5 years, ACN was a pioneer in capital regulation of the telecommunications industry and are the largest direct seller of telecommunications essential services in the world. ACN continues to grow by providing choices, the essential services millions of consumers and businesses use every single day. essential services, phone services, wireless services, natural electricity, home and business security and automation, telenet service, computer support, and credit card processing. Everyone uses at least one or more of these services. In fact, these are the services people simply won't live without. With our Strive for 5 promotion, when you or customers each refer 5 friends and family that sign up for ACN service, your service or your service can be free. So all of this mean for you? It means ability for you to own your very own business with the tool of ACN behind you every step of the way. ACN has developed and will provide and maintain your very own personalized store where you can direct people to go and shop for all their essentials. One key component to business model is how you get paid. At ACN, you can earn residual income. Every time comes a customer of these essential services through your pay for their monthly services, you, month after month, year after year, or as long as they remain on the ACN service and acquire a new customer or help an existing customer or your customers refer other customers, a raise. But that's just the beginning. Others to ACN, show them how to get customers storefront. And as their customers use ACN services, not only does their monthly residual income grow, so does yours. There is no limit to the number of customers you can acquire, and no limit to the number of people you can introduce to ACN.
We have a great opportunity with ACN without any of the risks most entrepreneurs have. I've experienced the opportunity that exists when you're able to get the curve, and ACN gives you that opportunity. It's ultimately a dream come true.
And our business is providing individuals like yourself with lucrative business opportunity, offering services that every day. But our mission has always been to make not only in your life, but also in the lives of, and for us, that starts with children. Over 17 million children in North America where their next meal is coming from. And that is just not. So we have joined forces with the Will Play for Food Foundation in the fight to end childhood hunger right here at home. When someone becomes an ACN customer and pays a child gets fed. It doesn't get any more powerful than that.
I've always believed in giving back. That's why I love ACN. I'm an ACN customer. You pay your bill each month, child gets fed. Now that's what I call.
It's your life. How will you choose to spend it? Earning money on your terms, providing services people are seeing, and feeding children in need in the process. What ACN is all about. And you?
I found there are 2 types of people. Action and those who let opportunity pass them by. Which one are you?
Have you ever heard that saying, you can't help anybody else unless you help yourself? Yeah. But what if you could help somebody while helping yourself? Taught that system. It's almost like it's a trick system, this wheel to help yourself, and you never kind of quite do it. And so then you kind of realize, you know what, maybe I'm not equipped. Because I can't even fix my problems. I'm 38 years old, where I want to be. I spent the last 20 years working and fixed me yet. See, some of you prayed in 2015. And guess how? We're calling your bluff. Were you that? Because if you didn't know, I'm going to have to do something completely different from 2014, something you didn't have in 2014. So what if I told you that there's this gentleman who travels the world finding that want to learn something they've never done before? who know inside what their worth is, but have that to the world. Finding people at the same time as they're giving to themselves. To give out, right? But what if I told him up on that offer? What if I told thousands of people took them up on that offer? People. And she's a blessing to me. But I'm going to ask you, how many people has she shown to get what she has? Because there's only one her. Actually duplicated himself far beyond where he is. He's created avatars and leaders that he has done, because that's his goal. So what if Oprah and Bill Gates created people that surpassed them? What would this world look like? So it's one thing to build a school, it's another thing to teach someone how to build a school. Does that make sense? So this gentleman has not only put 200 kids out of his pocket, but he's shown other people how to put 200 kids through college out of their pocket. Because if you have 10 people putting 200 kids through college out of their pocket, you can impact the whole city. Does that make sense? So Bill Gates got Oprah Winfrey. We're going to throw in Warren Buffett in there, and this tall African-American bald man who cares more about people sometimes than himself. So when you have somebody who can stand and give you his heart and the blueprint to his path, would you not want to get a pen and paper and a recorder? You can make that into you. So I'm not for your time. I'm going to introduce Platinum Regional Vice, Mr. Byron Nelson.
Awesome. How's everybody doing? Beautiful. So those that are here for the first time, before the young lady just spoke before you, she is an executive team leader in the business, which means nothing to you right now, but just who she is. She's a pillar. She started this, the greatest organization. She's built a team nationwide, and I'm still down. What's up? What we doing? Got me? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So is everybody with me? Yes? Yes. And so she's just an extraordinary person, a single mom. What y'all doing? But I just want to show my love for her. Can we give her the biggest round of applause? Walked into the Lions Den because we're like in the middle of a boot camp training, because training since 6 a.m. yesterday morning. And we're on fire. Is everybody with me? Yes? So I'm sorry because I'm still kind of in training mode. Everybody that's here for the first time, can you guys bear with me? So one word is what I need you guys to consistently invoke before this week is out. And that's called participation. Can everybody participate?
Yes.
I see that. Can everybody participate? Yes. How many people have a phone? People want to make some more money? How many people want to? Oh. See how simple that is? You have to participate in your own rescue. Why did I do that? We've been training all weekend, and the distinction, no distinction when you're building a family of what family member. It should not just be a response to me because I'm granddad in the family. If Ms. Fryerson's up here, the challenge, and now I'm talking to new people as well, the challenge within minorities, specifically Black America, is we don't respect and acknowledge each other enough. But human trait as well. Does everybody follow me on that so far? Yeah. Would everybody agree with that? Yeah. So when you have Ms. Frierson up here, if you have Steve Strachan up here, if you have me up here, it doesn't matter who's up here, we have to participate. Because see, even in the audience, I had a conversation with Bishop T.D. Jackson, and I was listening amongst the core of the room, and he had shared about how he he shares his sermons. He said, my best sermon my congregation gave. Hear that?
Yeah.
He said, my best sermon my congregation gave. And his point was it had nothing, it had to do with the body that was there that wanted to be fed. That I can only what's given to. If I'm talking to him and he's sitting up in front of me, what would you do one-on-one? You walk away, yes, yes. So it's the energy that you give that anybody is able to give back to you. Does that make sense? Yes. Yes. So now, for those who know, this is what's going on, and it's just going to be a very short bullet point conversation. I was in a position that I was underpaid. I hated working a job. Can anybody relate to that conversation? And it doesn't matter who you are. Nobody likes working. I think that's a modern day slavery. They tell you what time to wake up, what time. I'm still trying to figure out who said we're hungry at 12. I'm hungry at 10. Yes? Yes. And so I had never done network marketing in my life. Being is that I'm not into lotion, potions, and water filters. And a product-driven businesses. And just like each one of you, I've been approached by people for one of these things. Yes or yes? Yes. So I was approached with Amway, Mary Kay, Mana VK, Water World Financial Group, Hot Links, 5 Links. Somebody found me on that. It's fun though. And they always come at you like, you be great. Yeah. You're gonna be awesome. I hope you get it. Looking like you're a biscuit with some syrup wrapped around. Does everybody follow me on that so far? Yeah. Alice is like, I'm not really interested. I didn't go to school 6, 7, 8 years post high school and sell something from my trunk. Plus, that's not a good look on a black guy. Got some stuff in the trunk. Hold on, no wholesale. So it was interested in anything like that. And it took a profound event in my life to get my attention. A guy when I was in my 20s by the name of Mark Hughes. Now, you may or may not know his works. He started a company called Herbalife. I didn't meet somebody who was in, I met the founder of Herbalife, but I actually met a guy named Mark Hughes. And he lived in Pacific Palisades. Now, I could say that here anywhere else in the country, like Pacific who? Are y'all with me on that so far? Palisades. And when you are a young on the south side of Chicago, grew up in Los Angeles since the first Chicago. All you gotta do is go to Chicago for one winter, you know. And you grow up and you move from the south side to Compton, which was a movement, and we just kept moving up until we got to the bougie areas. So, because parents always want to give you what you never had. Does that make sense? And so we kept growing, we kept moving, and I always wanted to be on the other side. I grew up looking at hillbillies. I was like, there are hillbillies in states in front of their house. Are y'all following me on so far? Yeah. Right? And I was like, you know, I want pools, I want all that. And I never get to it. And my father deemed upon me that you would be the last broke Nelson. And I didn't fully grasp that concept until as I got older, how it was going to happen, what it meant, or why he would say that. But I invested for something. Yeah. And when you meet a man, flies in a helicopter on a heliport. I want you to look. He flew in on a helicopter port on his home. I think even now that's pretty impressive. Yeah. Because I don't know too many people that see that even after 45, 50. Because see, I did everything I was supposed to. I mean, I went to undergrad. They got a BA, they got a BS, they got a JVC, they got an LMNOP, and it's still broke. And when we get all the time, because I'm 26 years old, I was making over a 6-figure income. I think that's pretty good. $100,000 a year, but you owe $200,000. You're just on a higher road. So I was upside down before I understood that. I came out of school. They gave me an education to go in debt. I came out of school and they said, "Here's your education, your piece of paper. Figure out how to get out of it, man." Is that right? Yeah. And you start to understand that 80% of the people that get their degrees once they got their major in. And 70% of the people that dropped out of high school or college.
And you start this whole concept of the way the world is upside down because sense is no longer accommodating. Is that making sense?
Yeah.
It's just a conversation. I don't do sales presentations, share information. And whoever invited you here, I want you to imagine that if you lived in a time vessel, a portal, I just said this on a call, in time, and you were invited to this meeting about a company they were going to name after a fruit, orange. They were going to call it Banana Incorporated. We're actually going to call it Apple.
Oh, okay.
And you actually get in on the onset of the IPO before anybody knew about it. Would you jump in with both hands, both feet, and your head into the pool? Knowing what you know today, if you could go back in time. That's the information they brought you today. They believe in the highest religion on the planet. That's called truth. It's just information. 80% of the people that get a degree don't practice. 70% that got rich didn't graduate. I should have left in second grade. And I know some of the most affluent people on the planet, and still, I know people that make a lot of money. Close friends, he actually knocks down probably at about, I was undercutting his income weeks ago. I just found out last year he probably did maybe close to about 1.3 million. Pretty good, yes?
Yes.
Here's the problem. He trades. He's an investor. He's AM, and his day ends technically at 1, but he keeps going until he can't stop. He has no life. He trades in every market throughout the world. So find out about most people that have a lot of money. They have no time. That's worse than not having money. That's a whole broker company, because you can only imagine the kids miss them, the wife misses them. You're talking about divorce. Is everybody following me on that so far?
Yes.
Health goes. On the other side, a person that has a lot of time.
Money.
I'm one of those kids that always cake and eat it too. That means I want, and I'm a firm believer in God, and I don't believe God would put thought in my head unless it could be achieved.
That's right. Yes.
And so he shared this gentleman, Mark, he said something about the industry of network marketing, and he said, Byron, it's not okay to be stupid. Ignorance means you just don't know. 90% of the revenue generated out of Russia and Japan came from this realm of doing. I didn't know that. I didn't know that more multimillionaires and billionaires were this industry than any other industry in the world, right next to real estate. To the subprime, it probably superseded that. I didn't know that. Again, how to get a good education and get a good job. And I met them living an amazing lifestyle that had a black bottom pool that went into the pool that flew and blew into the Pacific Ocean. He had a marble balcony with life-size chess pieces that were moving around and said checkmate. He flew into people when I was a token Negro amongst 10 that was sitting worrying when he flew in the helicopter, and I'm trying to figure out what you do. I had 2 questions. Is it legal? Show me how to do it.
That's right.
I don't know what you do, but I need to understand what you do. I don't understand this lifestyle. I need this. Because I'm working hard and I'm still broke. There's something wrong with that picture. Is everybody with me on that so far?
Yes.
And so he said, you know what, something that makes sense to you. Find something that makes sense. And that's what this it just made sense to me. Because when we're younger, with that corporate job, you want that corporate key. You want to get into the corporate basis, everybody.
Yes.
And so we're taught that ladder and how up and be able to do the things we want to do. But then you find out that the leaning on the wrong wall. Everybody with me on that? Is seeing that right now. Unemployment at an all-time high, economic contraction. Is everybody with me on that so far?
Yes.
And so in this business, it made sense. So this is what we call our real estate. It's a 1 through 10. Everybody with me on that? Yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
It's real estate. And my job is just to share how it works. One ingredient necessary to make money, no matter what business is going on. If you got a restaurant, you need hungry people. If you're an attorney, you need a law or they're in trouble. If you got a doctor, you need people that are sick. Is there?
Yes.
Okay. That's the one common ingredient necessary in a positive cash flow is market share. It's a customer giving a service or a product. Yes or yes?
Yes.
That's all I need is, can I believe in the product? Can I believe in the company? Is it real? And I saw the business. I mean, I was just like, if this is halfway real, I'm gonna wreck this. Because the gentleman I met looked like me, smelled like me now, because I'm bad then, I was funky. Now I'm sitting cologne under the sun anywhere in the world. Every time I'm like, yeah. And so I just invite you, if you're looking at this for the first time, if I could show you how to, in 2015, if I could show you how to match double income in the next 12 months. Think about how old you are right now. If I could show you how to match double or triple your current income up to 24 months, it'd take you your whole life to the level you're at right now. So I'm not I'm just saying this is the fact. Whatever age you are, it's taking your whole to get to where you are right now and how much money you make and how much money you have. And someone comes and says, if I could show you how to match double that in 24 months or less, on hours a week, on a schedule you create for yourself, and you could walk away in 2 years, and that money would in bank account, whether you get out of bed or not, would you take advantage? I had a gentleman last week say, that sounds true. And I asked him, I said, where do you have to be tomorrow? He said, I have to be at work. I said, bad to be true. Do you want too good to be true or too bad to be true? You got to run. See, here's what I understood, and that is if she's in a plane and I'm in a from LA to New York, the plane was going to win. So I have vehicles, and living in California, you got to be clear and present to the fact that there's Beverly Hills. You're present to the fact that there is Pacific Palisades. You got to be clear and present to the Cock Park. You got to be clear and present to the fact that there's Palos Verdes and Rolling Eights. So you got to be clear that there are people purchasing $20 million homes, because I live in neighborhood. Yeah. I want to know how that neighborhood, because the way I was living, that would have been another 2 or 3 lifetimes. I'd have that guy to bring me back up time. Are you guys with me? Yes or yes? Yes. And this actually made it available, and so the invitation stands that you are coming into something that is just ridiculous. What we will create 12 months has not ever been done in history. I invite you that if you don't get the picture of what I shared tonight, come back in about 6 months. And that's right. Our job is to do nothing. We're heading to a meeting, and the guy looked and said, "What's your name?" How you doing, George? Ask me what I do. My job is to show you how to triple your income and make you richer than you've ever been in your life. That's my job. Have a problem employing me? Absolutely not at all. When have you ever had somebody say that's their job description? I don't know if nobody trying to get you into something. You have a human being saying, my job is to put more money in your account than you can count on. That's my job description. And it's not I've already done it for hundreds of people. That's right. So we're talking about documented track record of that's what that man does. He is employed by people who want to make a whole lot of money. Now, I've met some people who say, well, I don't need a lot of money. The only person I heard say that, though, I'm not. So, because you think about it. Think about the people you know. The people that you know don't like talking. The only people you know that don't like talking about money are people that don't have no money, a lot of money. They're like, let's talk about making some money. That's right. It's nothing more but to help other people, not for the chase and the love, but to be a servant. Does that make sense? Yeah. Money's not everything, but will it dictate you getting help in a hospital? Yeah. Will it dictate the distinction between juice and a Coca-Cola? Yes. That's $1.39, $4.49. Will it dictate you getting a drug or the authentic drug? Will it dictate you having an insured car that may not get, if you get an accident, that you can walk, and you not having a good car that you may not walk away from? Yes. Dictate the education of your child at what level they're going to enter as a child in education. Yes. So money is not as up there with oxygen. You breathe a whole lot easier when you. Right. And I always have brother, if you walked to me and said, I can become flat out wealthy if well, how do I pick up bird crap? You pick up bird crap. What I do? I'm a bird crapper picker up. And you're telling me you're rich, you're wealthy, and you can show that? I sure can. And you're willing to show me how to do that? Yes. 3 things have to exist. Number 1, don't try and sell me a house and you're still rich. Number 2, you have to be willing to show me how to. I could care less about your mansion and a yacht. It's not.
That's right.
And number 3, it has to be riddled in spirituality, because I'm not catching a case for nobody. You can give me those 3 things, I'll be a bird. What you doing? You see his car? No. You guys with me on that so far? So listen, it's a very simple presentation. I just really want an invitation, and when I finish, I want you to be one of 2 people. I'm in, I want to make money, or number 2, in, but I do want to support and I need to save money. I'm a firm believer that if you don't know somebody who wants to save money and they don't think, you should delete them from your phone. Because you're some negative people. I remember the first person I talked to, I said, look, this is like, what is it? I said, it's going to change lives. First person I want to share this with, because I love you, I trust you, I respect you. How many close to you are the most negative?
Yeah.
You got to let some people go, because I've talked going back and forth, tug of war, and they're like, you said one more thing. I was like, I have to talk no more, Mom. I'm telling you. So I just want to share this with you to fully get the presentation. So let's get it started. Number 1, it's been around since 1993. Why is that powerful? 95 fell within the first 12 months. We've been around now for 21 years. When I got started in the business, there was over 5,000 companies. Those 5,000, less than 50 exist today. That's how we were just in the United States. Now we're in 24 countries. So how many people are getting paid in currencies you can't pronounce? See, I'm a firm believer, if you like to travel, shop, and eat, you should just get in on it.
That's right.
Okay, that's what we do. And have fun, love on each other, care about each other. If all that is a turn off for you, too much love, too much positivity in here, then I understand why you wouldn't want to be here. So I mean, being able to travel around the world, have fun, not having more than 1% market share anywhere in the world is phenomenal. Next, we're looking as we're in Inc., Fortune, Forbes, USA Today, Success Magazine, Wall Street, Apprentice. I was on 2009. Everything is there. You don't see somebody on the welfare line reading a Fortune magazine. People that want to make a fortune read Fortune.
That's right.
So everybody with me on that. You aren't going to see a stock ticker on CNBC and CNN where people that want to make money watch. This is our world headquarters. It sits on top of 17 acres in term. That's about the size of 3 football fields. What's powerful is that not that we own the building, but we own the land that's on the soil.
That's right.
That's huge. World headquarters throughout the world, which means you have a support system that's secondly involved with the business. You have over 3,000 employees that work for you, you have to pay payroll on. And anyone that owns a business, I just scroll you. You get 3,000 employees that work that you don't have to pay payroll on. Because I've owned several times in which my employees made more money than me because I had to make payroll. These are our products and services. We can get more into that, but what's in your store? What do you guys offer for savings? We become brokers within essential services and telecom needs. So before you start a business, what is the product or service that I'm going to offer? The people that I know, do they need? We can make millions of dollars if we got involved with jet fuel, but then I'd have to, own a jet. So even if you were willing all and Shell, you still set yourself up for bankruptcy. But if I people have a cell phone, how many people have internet, gas, electricity, cable? That would be everybody. My father, we started making money. I started making money with my father in buying real estate. And it made sense to me because we said if we can help our money on bills, maybe they can pay their rent on time. I had no idea. Is everybody with me on that so far? Yes. So let's say you're in the business, you came to me, you became an business partner within this realm of doing business, and you said, look, Byron, I understand you use property, you got, a venture capital group, you're bringing in the financial and several restaurants. If I could show you a way to up to 30, 40% on bills you already have, it's going to change. Your bills are just going to get lower. Would you support this and give it a try, being a friend of 10 years? Absolutely. Exactly. Let me ask myself this. Fool, do you want to save some money? Yeah. Didn't ask me for any money out of my pocket. You don't have to teach me how to use this. You don't have to come back to me in 6 months and say, do you need some more of it? One time, all you did is said, do you want to save money in the worst economy we've ever had? I said yes. You asked me one time, how long will we have bills? Forever. Forever. How often are we supposed to pay our? So you got me as a customer one time, but you're going to get paid every month. You might get excited about that. In my head, I'm thinking, okay, so you have to change something. You have to change. Do I get a generic company? Is it a brand I never heard of? Is somebody come in my backyard, dig up the wires, and is somebody coming in the house changing up? Nothing changes. So you're telling me if I have a Verizon phone and $20, which is the best rate that they have for a single person plan, they're going to give me 2 gigs for internet, texting, and data. Then if I go through you being in this business, that you can cut my $120 down to $60 a month, get rid of the 2 gigs, unlimited data, unlimited internet, and unlimited and nothing. You're just going to immediately, and I'm going to still get the bill the same way I'm getting it. I'm support from Verizon. I can still take it to a Verizon store. I have to change my phone or the number, and you can. Oh yeah, I'm in. And I say, and every month I pay my bill. You now get 10% of my bill, month after month. And how long will we have a cell phone? I got to figure out if I market this product when there's a person at the bus stop that can't afford a car home that has a $700 phone. I kind of like that market where I can get anywhere that's rich or. Is everybody with me on that? Yes, sir. I can do that with internet. I can do that with energy, electricity, and gas. Now that's the caveat, because currently there's only 17 states that have a choice for electricity. Only 17 states. It's Met House and the Senate by the year 2016. Everybody must have a choice. Some of you in here are old enough to remember if you didn't choose a long distance 1983, they gave you one. Yep. The same thing is going to happen with electricity. It's already swarming in Baltimore, D.C., New York. It's already bombing on the East Coast. It comes from east to west. Ohio is on its way. And we're always at the train station waiting for our ships to come in. The trains don't come to the ship, and ships don't come to the train. Just place you on the dock. Does everybody follow me on that so far? Millions per second. Already in your house, you know. Because every one of you, when you leave here, you will go home and turn on a light. And that money is just going out of your house. You go to your job, you come home, and you pay bills. And hope something's left over. Here, you go to your job, you created your job, and you get everything else free. And you keep your money and your time and stay at home. The new one. These are all brands of things you are for, so it's just off the chain. I don't have time to explain all this. I'm just saying gas, electricity, merchant services, off the chain. Just really ridiculous. Cell phone. Next. I say all the time, there's nothing sexy about gigawatts5.com, but it is sexy to be able to wake up when you finish sleeping. That's right. Where that's at. Because I promise you, tomorrow I will not wake up until sleeping. And if you call me, have my maid answer. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Well, we were just watching that yesterday. Weren't we watching that? Oh, okay. Anyway. I have conversations in my head. If I laugh, I'm like, shut up, don't worry about it. I like this right here. This lets you know that if you acquire 5 customers, your cell phone is free. Yeah. Yeah. That's 5 of any of our services. Next, if you have gas and electricity customers, yours. How many people would like to not ever see a number bill in your life? So look, let me get this right. So if I help 10 of my friends, next, if I help 10 of my friends save electricity in the states that we have electricity, or take money on their gas, and they're going to get the same bill from the gas company, I'm going to get paid every month off of their bill, and my service at home is free. We love this, the philanthropy of what is, you know, I have 2 nonprofits. This one right here, be attached is huge. In fact, you'll find people that make a substantial amount of money, it's more, it's about how many lives you can change. And last year, there were over 17 million kids in North America without a meal. And so we made a pledge on January last year to go out and feed 1 million of those kids. And so every time, and we didn't have to go out of our way, so every time I acquire a customer, 5 kids would get fed. Hit that mark of 1 million by November 1st and ended up with 1.4 million kids. That's huge. So for those that are involved in philanthropy in any perspective, we have several programs that are underway right now. We're dealing with autism, we're dealing with, financial literacy, kids have a father at home. We're dealing with outpatient, different things. We're dealing with companies that come out with a different, we have, Michael Bennett is working on. We got several that money is just a tool to, it's really just a barometer of how much you serve, what you get paid. That's all it is. And so I really have an affair here, because even if you just wanted to get in and you didn't need any money, because we have multimillionaires all in this organization. They just want to make a big difference and know their legacy is set up. Yes. Next. To do this. We don't do any commercials, no advertisement, no billboard, no bus stop. I mean, every one of you in here, somebody told you about me and me about a good movie. Somebody makes a referral. Why do we date somebody? Because somebody made a referral to that person behind some of your relationship. We do everything off of a referral. Yes or yes? Yes. We go to because of a referral. We'll go to a shoe sale as a woman because I heard there's a sale going on, and you will run to the store. Most things we do is off of a referral. Is that making sense? That's in business past 12 months. That's where all the work is done, and you establish, because 95% of all businesses fail within the first 12. If you make it past the first year, 95% of all your business is referral. Does that make sense? Yes. And so that just eliminate next all of the money that goes out of owners, IBO, independent business owners, to get into business for ourselves, but not by ourselves, and have an amazing support system. Next, you're actually going to get 10% every customer that's acquired. We teach you how to acquire a solid 20 next. Let's say you told me about the business. I came into your business on your first level. My sister, let's say she was in New York. Let's say she called her cousin who happened. And every time someone came into your business, they become of your distribution. So you told them to go get 50, 60, 70 customers, and you're going to get paid on work you, how many people like with SM. See, when I got a guy that was a billionaire, he said, well, you got to understand, in real estate, you compounding interest. In this industry, what you need to learn is compounding. Anything that has compounding in it that works for you, you need to take apart. And he started breaking it down, and he said, this is the oldest wealth transfer in the world, that I prefer to have 1% of 100 people's efforts as opposed to 100. Because at 100% of my own efforts, if I stop, he stops coming in. But he said, you're working 90 hours a week, that's your amount of money, but you're on the fast track to truly being dead by the time you're, because you're just in overdrive. And I understand your work, I understand you do what you have to do, but there's no way somebody at your age that and not look like they're 80 and 40 with the rate that you're going. Wow. And I felt that because I knew the stress, because anybody that makes 100 more knows that you're, if let's say you made 100,000, you're nothing more than a can. Because wherever you are working at $100,000, you're getting pimped out for 1,000 until they can replace you. Did that make sense? So I was like, I need to change this up. That's why I started looking for different avenues. Let's say we built you a team of 100 people, and all those 100 on your team, you only told a few. They told a few. Let's say this week they only worked 1 hour. What got me in the business? I'm sharing with you what got me into the business, because I was working. He said, if you build a team of 100 people and all of them work just for 1 hour a week, and you got sick for the entire week, or you took away to the Bahamas, do you know that your check would still look like work for 99 hours? Yep. I was okay. Where do I go? Well, I'm in. That just made two. Are you guys following me on that so far? And so he started sharing this picture, and that's when I had to throw out the perception of a pyramid and nobody with me, that's stupid because you haven't been to Africa. And if you have, then you would never have a pyramid. So anyway, look at the back of your dollar bill, a pyramid. I'm trying to get as many as I can get. And that's the problem. Because I don't entertain stupid conversations. Somebody's going, she's going to talk to a friend. They're going to say, is that one of them pyramid things? No, you're a pyramid. You stupid. Don't entertain stupid conversations. Yes. So let's just say you told 2 people about it, who told 2 perfect world, it'll never work out like this. This is nothing different to me than real. I would go get a few people who would tell a few people who would tell a few people. Let's say each one of them, I mean, this is Facebook at its best. You tell a few people, they like a few people, they go through your pictures and say, oh, she's fine on that. Okay, I like him. Okay, oh, you want me to meet him because he can help me get it on there. That's all it is, except you don't get paid for it. And people are living it. They live it. People wake up. I used to wake up to Looney Tunes. Today, kids wake up and turn on Facebook. Women go to pin their hand. Whoa! You might like that. Are y'all following me on that so far? It's amazing. So let's just say 2 people. Let's say everyone just acquired 20 services. In my houses, I have 3 phones. So that's 3 customers. I have 3 for me, my son, and my assistant. That's 6 customers. I have, that's a 7th customer. I have a home security. That's an 8th customer. And 15 services by myself. Now, why do I share that with you? Because if you are no of a family, one household could be 15 or more. Only teach you how to acquire 20 services. So that's important that you don't get the picture that we go door to door, standing outside of malls trying to. We just help a handful of people, and you're done for life. Those 2 people, everybody acquired 20 services. Let's say the average bill is $40. I don't know anybody with a $40 cell bill. I don't know anybody with a $40 bill. I don't know anybody with a $40 cable bill. I'm sure I just don't know them because that's tax on my bill. Is that right? So if I just found 2 people and I was able to teach, bless you, how to acquire 2 people and each person just acquire services, and I did this 7 times, I be being you an extra $11,000 a month. When I jumped out of my seat, because I was like, wow, I don't even need 11 G. If I could just, because I was a little bit ghetto when I came in. If I could get 3, we get 3 G's. 3 G's, look brother. That people know an extra $1,000 would change your address and your car. You add an extra $600 to your house note right now, it would go. You add an extra $400 to your car, it will be changing your car. So I was like an extra financial relief off of a business that cost me $500,000 a month. By 11,000, I was in heaven. Now today would make me broke, but then I was excited. So I follow me on that so far. Yes. Next. This is, you get all the support. You get an online business. You get an online business that you can work from any beach of the world that you want. I love to travel and I like to shop. That's what I'm doing. I mean, next month, 30 days, I'm in Toronto. I got to go to Australia. I got a sale going on over there. I might as well hit that while I'm in Melbourne, in New Zealand, because I got some friends there. That's just over the next 6 weeks, hitting at least 3 or 4 countries, because I like to travel and I like to shop. In between all of that, I'm going to help some people make a couple. Yeah. How many people like the way that sounds? Support and get to get trained by 7-figure and higher players. You can show up to work whenever you want to and make your own hours. And whenever you stop, you're training. Because it's called, everybody say residual. In 2015, 16, and 17, you quit out of 3 years of income and you get out of bed or not. That's right. And it may not even be for you, but the person, you know somebody, you should get in just to position yourself and support that. Because off of this business, $500 is the best thing you can ever have in your lifetime. It's worth it to put $500 in, referrals to them, and sit on top of somebody crazy like you rich. That's right. That just makes too much sense. Is everybody with me on that so far? Yes. I mean, my father came in and his now is still generating thousands of dollars, and he's dead. We have converted into a trust account and a retirement scholarship fund has his last name. That's huge. These are corporately earned positions. Team trainer up to RD, that's undergraduate. That's a year's worth of work on a part-time basis hours. At that position, what you're able to do is make to college for a year and you get paid for going. Anywhere between $100 and $50 in undergraduate for 1 year. I mean, and if you go to graduate school for a couple more years, that takes $50,000 a month up to over a 6-figure a month income if you want to graduate school. And the more you go to school, the bigger you get. How many people want to go back to school? That's all I'm gonna say. That's the alphabet. That's your now money. You're able to make money right now. Explain all that right now, but you're able to do that. And then the residual income for him as a customer. First, he has to use the service. Then he has to pay your check. My first residual check was only $22, but the $2 check that a year later is $22,000. Is that good? Next. And the key to this is training. That's here today. We're trained, and I tell this is like a health tip. On New Year's Eve, everybody says, I want to make it. On New Year's Day, 1,000 people get a membership, and a person looks good. That's the most honest I have with you, is that most people aren't going to look good, not because they work, but because they don't show up to the gym. But they'll stand in line in the 405 and go to a plantation of a job every day. And then, like I said on the call, my character is Z in ants. I see ants. If you got kids, you have to see ants. I said, I ain't gotta go work. I'm out of here. But I don't have to work. And you go, everybody with me on that? Yes? Excellent. So that's the presentation. There's always 3 types of people. Normally we'll go through testimonials, but I got too much to train because I prefer to train somebody and you can stay and get the training and understand it, because they don't want the sizzle, they want the how-to. That's right. You're able to stay as long as you want to be here well past the time that you go home. It doesn't matter if you stay for 10 minutes, 10 hours. Because the one thing I learned about workaholics and what we consider workaholics, because they forget that they're working. I stopped working years ago. I love helping people that want to help themselves. That's right. More rewarding than seeing an extra comma in somebody else's bank account. You gotta get it, and they can go and fish for themselves and never wait for somebody else to give them. Did that make sense, everybody? Yeah. So if you're number 1, you're like, I'm in. I need you to tell the person you're with, I'm in, I'm complete. I don't care what your answer is, just tell them, I'm in. I don't know how, I don't know what I'm gonna do, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm in. I don't even know what the hell this sounds so good. He's so animated, I just want to show up to see him. I'm popcorn and a movie. I'm coming back. So if that's the case, I just need you to come because the movie's just gonna get good this year. So if you're number 2, I have questions. Well, please don't leave me and let me answer any questions you have, because I want to say before you leave, I want to answer any question you may have. Someone just doing the president. I'm the alpha and the omega. It doesn't. It starts and ends right here. It's not the movie or let me point to someone who's making money. I'm right here. Over $50,000 a month. He's 15 years old. 1 stream of income. He has 3. So right with me. Yes. The number 2 last question. Stick around. Answer me any questions you ask. Some of y'all might say, "Well, I need to see his money." Fine. Come see my money. I have no problem showing you money. Right with me on that so far. I'm from Chicago. I play big bank, take little bank. I have no problem. The third person says, I don't care if he's giving out gold bricks. I haven't seen this thing before. And then just that person, I should hit you in the head with that gold brick. At least become a customer and support. Do not be that person that hits your haterade just because you're just mean and negative. Just because there's some people just walk around angry. Anybody know people like that? Just angry. I need some love or something. So if you're that person, just become a customer. And don't go so entire warm market saying, yeah, you know what she's into. Just shut up and go back to your hole. Is it right? We're going to love you anyway. That's what God wants us to do. So if you're in the end, stick around. I want to meet you. I love you. I'll give you my business card and we will be family for the rest of your life. If you're number 2 and you have questions, come and see me after any and all of your questions. And if you're number 3 and it's not for you at customer, what I would like to do is put a application in each person. Can I have all my banner whites come up and help everybody? And then in turn, if you're in, fill out the application. You got a black. I says Muhammad Ali, why everything gotta be black? But he said, I messed that all up. You guys not come out and fix the screen for me. You know, black scarlet, that's a disease. Why it gotta be black? Black, he said, little white sheep and little black sheep gotta be the bad sheep. Hey, I was like, wow, you guys got shit. It's amazing. If you're in, fill it out. I don't care whether you have money or you don't have. First thing you need to do is make a decision. Here's the problem with most people. All these issues with, I don't know if I have time. I don't know if I have money. Well, if you don't have any time to get in, so you can get your time back. If you don't have any money, you need the opportunity. You need Jesus, but you do need something. See, the money when I got in. I just told you I was broke. That's what let me know I'm in. So I asked you to fill out the application, not write a check, not give me your money. My job is to show you how to make your money back before you even get started. I'll show you how to make 1,048 hours. That's what I'll show you how to do. You won't even need, if you don't have money, you need to position yourself in 2015 when that's in your life ever again. And you need to make a solid decision. I'm in to change. That's right. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes. Okay. We will show you how we will help you. We will just make the decision how to will come. That's all we ask you to do. So if you're number round, if you're number 2, stick around. If you're number 3, come and get a hug to the door. And we're gonna start exactly 25 minutes. I love you guys. Thank you guys for your time this afternoon.
Thank you for joining us with the Matrix Group cast. We will be returning in minutes. Please stay tuned. Session of training. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting in 5 minutes. We thank you for joining us on the Matrix Group Boot Camp broadcast. We will be starting again in 5 minutes. Thank you.
we're all here for a reason. There are a lot of leaders in this room. There are a lot of amazing people that are looking to do some amazing things with their lives. And so we want to be able to get all the information we can. So we've got some seats here in the front. We've got some seats over here. Let's go ahead and move up. Looks like there's 3 seats in here. Come on, I see you looking at me. Those, come on, is that you right there? Okay, we've got one.
I'm glad Jeff decided.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Heidi, can you grab Jocelyn's purse? You guys can come right up here.
I'm written in space.
Yeah,
just a little space.
Weren't you back there all day?
You better stop it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Ernest, if we could have 2 of you, please take these 2 amazing seats right here.
Those are amazing.
They're special. They're special. They're right, both of you. It's got your name on it.
I don't see it.
And it's not plastic. It's not plastic. You know I'm messing with you. Only in love. Only in love. Come on. You know it. Outstanding. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
All right, this is a beautiful crowd. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna make some things happen. So let's start it off like we did it, baby. Let's go ahead and give Mr. Nelson a huge round of applause.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready? Say I'm ready?
I'm ready.
Beautiful. So 6 figures. Let's start with that. Everybody want to make 6 figures, yes?
Yes.
Let's make 6 figures this year?
Absolutely.
Yeah. This year, yes?
Yes.
This year, yes?
Yes.
This month? We can do it this month. Let's go. You ready?
Yes.
Yes. I want to start with, like I said, it's a lot to go through. So I'm going to give you an hour and then we'll take a break and then we'll deal with the core. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
I want to go through a checklist of what's necessary in order to know that I'm you, you're me. I'm going RVP. So I need a checklist of doing all the right things. What's on my grocery list to do the right things? We're still in the cabinet of making money. Everybody with me on that, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm in that cabinet, I just got started in the business, what's the first thing I have to do? What's the first thing?
Sign up. Fill out the app.
Okay, so everybody said the wrong answer. Raise your hand and see if somebody can get it right. I just saw the presentation. Yes, Dr. Kyle? I just saw the presentation.
And to make a decision.
Two.
To get in.
Two. Because everybody, exactly. So let's get it right. Because you have, it's that one dial that will not let you open up the locker. Okay? You'll be off by 1 digit. She just said it's to make a decision to do the business, not get in the business.
which means my conversation, me being you, to any brand new person coming in on my team has to be indicative of the fact that I need to be clear if we're going to be business partners, that you're making a decision to do the business and not get in the business. And I need to be clear on what your commitment level is, and I need you to be clear on the power of the word commitment. The commitment doesn't mean a lot of time. It means that if you're going to give me an hour a day, that you're committed for results an hour a day. You must communicate that, or it's assumed. And when assumed, we already know that. Yes. So you need to have very clear communication. That's why the 4 C's are so important. If you're brand new, I'll teach you the 4 C's that are my universal laws of teaching. The first C is coachability. The second C is consistency. The third C system. I need to learn how to make the system do what? Work for me. Work for me. I need to make the system work for me. I don't want to work for the system. I don't want to drudge myself through pain. I don't want to be a masochist. I don't want to still say I'm still in 6 months later and with no success and not make any money. It's a new year. I need to make money now. When do I need to make money? Now. So I need to learn how to make the system work for me and generate a positive cash flow. So I need to make sure I'm very much in a coachable state. I need to make sure that I'm very consistent with my actions, because I can't go on a diet for a week, take 2 weeks off, and then go back on the diet a week later. I need to be consistent. I need to be committed to whatever it is. I'm committed to my results. So I need to get results. So my whole listing is, how do I get the results that I'm looking for? And I need to be clear in my communication. That way I know that I don't have any regrets or feel like I'm doing something wrong or walking in doubt or walking in hesitation. Because if I do everything I'm supposed to, then there's only 2 things that are going on when I bring on a person on my team and I don't get the results that I want. Either I recruited the wrong person or I am the wrong person. And if I recruit the wrong person, it's because I am the wrong person. I haven't developed myself to where I need to be developed. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So step number 1 is I need to make a decision to do the business. I do, and therefore they will follow. I need to have that communication with anybody that's on my team. Once I make a decision to do the business, I have to fill out the application. So I got to fill out the application. If I have the money, I'll pay it. If I don't have the money, I need to work on getting the money, and I will work on a plan of making my money back before I even get started. I must get great at overcoming people's objections, and the number 1 objection is not having money. Am I writing that down?
Yes.
I need to get great at overcoming objections, and the number 1 objection is the person not having money. I need not ever to lose a person because they don't have money. I need not ever lose a person because they don't have money. I need to sculpt a conversation that creates enough value that they'll go to work before they get in. I need to sculpt a conversation that they will get started before they actually pay their money, if that is the case. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
That's just the number 1 objection. We'll deal with other objections at another time throughout this week of a list of objections. I don't have time, I don't have money, I need to pray on it. You should have prayed before you woke up this morning. I need to check with my wife, and I should sponsor her and take you home.
They didn't like that.
I was it's in that room. I don't know where, yeah. Dr. Watkins, I know it's in that room. I just don't know how it works. And she's in the back room, if you can't figure that out. Oh, you know. Keith, she knows how to, let her guide you guys. Don't be turning it on and off.
If you can turn them all on, it would be nice.
At the forefront of my money, I'm sorry, forefront of my brain, how do I raise somebody's belief? I need to get them a check. So I need to activate them without them feeling the burden of. So I need a checklist for all those who are coming into my business. Let's say What's your name, Jim? Just kidding. What's your name?
Heidi.
Heidi. Okay. And who sponsors you?
Elijah.
Elijah. So what was his game plan for you? Stay here and listen to him. But so far, what do you say?
We're going to start making my list of 25.
Okay. Who else just came for the first time? Who's here right now? Do I have anybody else here brand new? He's getting started. Okay, so, but they've been here for the weekend. Okay, she's here. So what's your conversation getting her started?
First, I had her, we were talking about bills, but I actually need to have her, make her why.
Okay, so she's making a why. Rita, what do you have to do?
It was a list of all the people that be nice to either be a customer.
Okay, customer or business partner. So there's a checklist, and then you also have to learn how to teach and tell at the same time. Teach and tell at the same time. So what do I mean by that? In teaching and telling, I'm going to tell you what I need you to do. This is how I teach. I'm going to tell you what you need to do. Then I'm going to tell you why you need to do it. And then I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to tell you what you need to do. If I'm sponsoring Ms. Frierson, this is what I need you to do. You aren't going to understand it. I just need you to write it down. This is your checklist. Now let me tell you why each of these bullet points are important. And now let's set times so we can actually go through and do it together. That makes sense? Okay. So number one, since you made a decision, do you have your money? Let's just assume that she has her money. Yes, I have my money. I'm gonna put it on my credit card. Excellent. Let's put it in on your credit card. Like I'm not even gonna ask them if they have money. Remember I said tell, don't ask. So I'm gonna tell her. I said I need you to put it on a credit card. She's gonna either say I'm gonna give you cash. I'm gonna put it on a debit card, or I don't have the money. You tell, that way you can get the answer back quickly. And if you don't know how to do that, then you need to take them to another leader who can talk to them and say it so you can get yourself out of the way. Never walk somebody out of the door because you don't know how to get a result. Let me say that again. If they did not tell you, I'm in, I'm out, I'm a customer, do not let them leave the room. Find somebody else that will extract an answer because you're too timid, not strong enough in that area yet, growing in that area, have not learned how to have people skills enough to be direct enough and strong enough to get them to follow you. Do not lose the fish on a hook because you don't have the strength to pull the cord. Go yell for help and have somebody else come and have the conversation for you. We don't mind if a person says, no, I'm not getting in. That's okay. We don't care if a person says yes, but get an answer. Law, we do not work for free. Do not work so hard to not get a result that evening. Customer, business partner, that's it. When they walk out the door, you're going to be one of two things, a customer or a business partner. You need to write that down and have that in your head. If Ms. Frierson says, I'm going to be a business partner, I need her to take this test. Number one, Ms. Frierson, I need you to fill out the application. Number two, I'm going to need you to make a list within 24 hours. Number three, I need you to actually put a blast call in place either tonight or tomorrow, which one is convenient. I'm going to give you an option. Always give people two options. What's a blast call? Don't worry, I'm explaining that to you. Remember I said I'm just going to tell you to make a list. Put together, we're going to do a blast call. So we're going to get people on a conference call. We're going to get 3 or 4 people, and either I or another executive within the company is going to talk on your behalf. Do you have a problem, Jamila, with me doing the work and you cashing the check?
No.
Not at all. What are they going to say? Always, emphatically, no. Because the key to this, Jamila, and now I'm going to explain, is that I need you to get yourself out of the way, and I want to do the work while you get paid for it. All I need you to do is master the art of inviting. So I need you to get anywhere between 5 to 7 people on this number as quickly as possible. The sooner the better.
People are like food. You can write that down. People are like food. People are like food. People are like food. The longer it stays out of the refrigerator, every day that it stays out, by the third day, the food is no good. Within 2 days, it's already getting stale. If you don't execute within the first 24 hours, that's when it's freshest. Every hour that they leave you from the presentation, they're now thinking about what they just saw. And in thinking, it's going to cause them to talk to somebody. So if you do not give them a directive and a homework assignment, they're going to create their own. And their homework is to go and understand what they just saw. So if you don't give them a directive and direct them where to get the information and give them a homework assignment of something to do, they're going to go talk to a whole bunch of rotten apples and you won't see them anymore. They will be in the witness protection program. Did that make sense? Yes. So I'm going to give Jamila a job to do. I need her to go home and make a list of 100, but if you can, before you leave me, I need you to make a list of the best 10 people that come to your mind right now. I would like to get your 5 to 10 flat tire people. I'm now an insurance agent. They have mastered this. Never seen unemployment for insurance agents. It is the #1 industry, I would say second to what we do, that if I didn't do this and I had to choose another industry, it would probably be insurance. You have never seen an insurance man say, oh, I was just laid off. You've never seen a downside or a down economy for insurance agents, because the great ones, they're done by 40, 45, they're just adding to it. They have mastered the art of referrals. There's not one insurance agent who will ever sit down with you. When they close that policy, it is mandatory you give them 10 family and friends before they leave you. How many people understand and know what I'm talking about? They are a master at it. This is no different. If you get great at that, you will never need to prospect or get a new person on your team ever again in your life. If you created that principle within your organization, don't ever leave a brand new business partner without them giving you 10 referrals. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm going to have her make a list over the next 24 hours of 100 people. But I want her power 10. And I'd like her to invite, before she leaves me, I would like to set up a blast call for her within 24 hours. The sooner the better, but 24 hours max. I'm going to set a time for a launch of her. So I have a 24-hour launch with her. Meaning I have to sit down with her within 24 hours. Because I want to sit down and explain what she just saw. Because when a person first sees it, they have a lot of questions. I want to explain the product knowledge. I want to explain getting qualified. I want to explain all that. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
What is my directive when I get a person started? Number one, the first action after the blast call is that I'm going to set up a PBR date. I want that before she leaves me as quickly as possible as well. You need to, when a person gets started, how quickly, and the question that is asked is, how quickly do you want to make money? When a person says, I'm in, I'm excited, I want to get started, your very next question that comes out of your mouth should be, how quickly do you want to make money? 99 times out of 100, they will say yesterday or right now. So do I have your permission to work with you for the next 7 days to make sure and ensure that you get paid in full? I'm going to do all the work. I just need you to show up to your job. That's me making you money. Your job, just show up. I'm not going to ask you to do anything that's uncomfortable. Can you pick up a pen? Yes, great. All I need you to do is write. You have a cell phone? Yes, great. Start writing down names. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
24-hour launch, I'm sitting down with them within 24 hours. Before they leave me, I would like to have at least 5 to 10 names. Whatever you can come up with of the people who, if you knew they got in, they would make you a lot of money. I'd like to get your 10 best, the strongest people you know. The weakest people you know are broke for a reason. I want to recruit up, I don't want to recruit down. I want to make your life easier. I want you to get paid off of thousands of people and you only brought in 3 people. Do you like that conversation? Yes, I do. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
I want to make sure that you understand the system. Can I have you for the next 30 days to make sure that I take you to college to show you how to put a couple of thousand in your pocket? Yes. Then I can't afford for you to miss one Tuesday night. Whatever you got going on in your life on Tuesday night, I need you to rearrange it for 1 hour every Tuesday night, starting at 7 o'clock.
This is your conversation. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
I need you to know our system, that we have a massive training on the how-to on the last Sunday of every month. So look up the calendar and look up the last Sunday of this month. We're gonna have a matrix training that is gonna be extraordinary. You can't miss that. Everything you ever want to know is gonna be in that training. The last Sunday of the month. What's that date? Anybody know? 25th? Yes? So it's gonna be on the 25th. Last Sunday of the month. Mr. Nelson is crazy. He has stuff going on every hour, every second of every day. Please don't get overwhelmed. That's part of my conversation. Me being you. Please let them know that. He's going to tell you where you have to be in 1,000 different places every day of the week. Understand he does that because he wants you to have options, not because he expects you to be at every meeting. That needs to be a part of your conversation. Because if a person hears me in front of the room and I'm telling them, well, I got this on Tuesday, we're going to do something tomorrow night, on Monday night, on Wednesday, we got about 3 or 4 calls. We're going to do another presentation on Thursday because we're collapsing time frames. By the way, on Friday, you need to be in Palm Desert. The person hearing that for the first time will be like, oh my God. The hell did I just get into? I need to think about this. Are you guys following me on that so far? So you have to be proactive in protecting your new business partner. You also have to tell them about the rejection rocket. That's what you call it. Write down the rejection rocket. That means as soon as you get in, somebody's going to try and steal your dream. You have dream stealers out there. They're going to tell you all these things. And we say the one statement or the one cliche statement that is mandatory that you should always remember, and letting a person hear from your voice before they leave the door is the rejection rocket. Rejection. It's never what is it?
It's never a person with a knife or gun.
Thank you. I just had a block. Thank you. It's never a person with a knife or gun. Write it down. It's never a person with a knife or gun. It's never a person with a knife or gun. It's never a person with a knife or gun. It's never a person with a knife or gun. It is always a family member or friend who says it can't be done. That will kill your business and your dream. And they should hear that from your mouth before they leave the room where they saw the presentation. Because no matter how many times we tell them, do not talk to your family and friends until we sit down tomorrow. The first thing they do is go and talk to their family and friends. They know nothing of what you're doing. And kill them before they start. So I have to be proactive in that conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I need to be proactive in making sure that I get them qualified within 24 hours, 48 hours maximum. When I sit down with them in 24 hours, I'm going to explain to them what qualifications is again. They should have heard it in the presentation. Today they didn't because I rushed through it. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
So I'm going to let them know to be qualified. You can't make any money until you get qualified. Technically, getting qualified means all you have to do is sign up 3 services, but if you want to get qualified within our organization, that means that you need to be an executive team trainer. So we're going to go to work for the next 7 days, and we're going to get you fully qualified. When you get qualified within the Matrix organization, you've made $1,000. Do you have a problem with making $1,000 and me doing the work? So within 7 days, you paid $500, you made $1,000 back, and all you had to do was show up about 3 or 4 times this week for an hour. That's 4 hours worth of work for about $1,000 in your pocket. Good or good?
Great.
When we put that in perspective, that's $250 an hour. Do you like that wage? Yeah. That makes sense.
Yes, sir.
I need you to put some dates on your calendar. Palm Desert, I'm talking to a brand new person. Let's just say hypothetically they're getting started today. I'm going to say, so you're ready to get started. You do have your money. Great. I need you to understand something. In fact, write down the word leverage. Never be in a rush to take money, only be in a rush and only be urgent to make money. Never be in a rush to take money, always be urgent to make money. To take someone's $4.99 in application makes you no money. And people can hear what you don't say. They can see and smell your desperation. Did I get that? Yeah. They can see you're excited about them getting started. Until you can get to a position where they're excited about getting on your team, you don't have a business. I'm not excited when somebody gives me their money.
I'm excited when they're humble and excited about being on my team. That way I don't have to look for them. But if I'm more excited than they are, I'm gonna be looking for them. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
I want a person that saved up and put and patched and put $100 together with this 100 and went home and borrowed 200. I don't know where I'm gonna get the money, but I'm gonna get the money. That's what I'm looking for. Someone, I don't mind them not having money. I have a problem with people who don't do anything about it. I love a person who has no money because they have an urgency and a need. And that person sits there and says, you know what, I don't see, you're gonna get two people. You're gonna have one person who says, you know, I'd like to get started, but I don't have the money. How many people have heard that? That's 98% of the people you talk to. So you're looking for the 2% who say, I don't have the money, but I'm gonna find it. I don't even know how I'm gonna get in. This I'm doing. That's the conversation you're looking for. When you find that person, then you know you have someone worth investing your time into. Because your most valuable commodity is gonna be your time. You must listen to how they're responding to the energy and the opportunity. That make sense?
Yes.
So I'm saying, look, you know what? Just in theory, I want you to get started. I know you got your application and your credit card. What I want to do is I'm going to take that credit card and I'm going to get you registered for this weekend. And I actually want to make sure that you have enough money, which may cost you about $200, $300 to go to the Palm Desert. I don't even want you to get into the business. When I'm a week out on an event, especially, I don't even want your application because I would be irresponsible. I want to know that you're going to make money. And you know how much that screams volumes into her listening? He actually cares about it. Because I don't want, if you don't understand what you're doing, if you can't come in and make money, then you're just gonna lose $500 and a whole lot of time, and I don't wanna do that, because I know you don't have time to waste, I don't have time to waste, and I definitely don't want you to lose that 500, because that 500 is not going into my pocket. Now, if it's going in my pocket, I might take it right now. But I don't get a penny of that $500. That's for you to open up your franchise. So before we open up that franchise, I prefer you to give up 2 days of your life than you give up 2 months and not make it up. That's a powerful conversation. Yes or yes? Yes. It screams integrity, screams credibility. You're now creating value. You know you have a person that's now moving their life around and making time for themselves, not for you. You don't have to look for them. They're coming to get trained. They're going to get 100% of the information. They're going to get baptized. They'll be submerged. They'll be around the community. Because guess what? If they're making a lot of excuses, see, you got to understand how the mind works. You got to learn how to forward thinking another person's mind. You have to push the envelope and direct their mind. You need to be the GPS in their mind with your words. Does that make sense? Are you guys following that so far? Because see, if you just take their application and their money and you ask them to come to the training, immediately they start giving you excuses why they can't come this weekend. Guess what that's telling you? 2 things. 1, you haven't mastered navigation system for them. And number 2, they're going to be giving you excuses for the next 3 months. Because when I actually sit down with somebody, I'm sitting down with Jamila, and I'm going to tell her, this happens, especially around the national. I'm a master at this around the national time. Master. There's certain things I've mastered. I love it. You fall in love with it. It's like if you play tennis, I love backhands. I love backhands. When a lot of people just like the forehand and smash it, I love to be able to place the backhand. It's just something about it. I love creating value and navigating somebody else's mind. So what I'm sharing with Jamila is, look, Jamila, I need you to be, this happens, you'll see this happen at the national with me too. I need you to be in Palm Desert this weekend. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday, it starts at 8 o'clock. Sunday, it'll be done by 2. I did that. Yes, Jamila, she knows. And everybody else on my team. I've done that at least 5 times in the first beginning with her. And I've done it with any leader that I've worked with. What did I just do? Before you say anything, because I already know you're busy. I already know you're a pastor. I already know you're a single mother. I already know you have an obligated, you got a midterm coming up next week. I already know you have an appointment, you got this, you got that. I don't want to hear a thing come out of your mouth except for how bad do you want to change your life. So if you are not giving birth on this weekend, and you aren't planning on dying this weekend, I need you, before you immediately tell me what's booked on your calendar, to figure out in your head what you can move around and what you can change. Because, write down story, sell, facts, tell. Story, sell, facts, tell. Story, sell, facts, tell. Story, sell, facts, tell. Stories, sell, facts, tell. Because if I gave you $10,000 and I told you you just had to give up Friday night after you get off work, Saturday and Sunday till 2 p.m., would you be there? Yes, great, then you can move it around. I'll see you on Friday at 8. Because you gotta shift from having a $5 conversation to a $2,000 an hour conversation. When your conversation has enough value in it, people will do anything. Because they understand the leader they're following and the value that's being placed in it. People don't move anything when you're having a $5 conversation. So you have a whole lot of people not shifting or moving or doing what they need to do. They're going to get qualified because you don't have enough value in your conversation. They're going to show up on Tuesday. They're going to say, I'm going to try, because you don't have enough value in your conversation. They aren't going to actually go and do self-study and become a student within the business and take 30 minutes a day because you didn't have enough value in your conversation. You're going to have to prod and pull and give them a root canal to do a PBR because you didn't have enough conversation and value in that conversation. You're going to be begging, pulling, and tugging forever and think it's something wrong with them, not understanding there's something wrong with you. Did that make sense? Is everybody getting that? So before she even comes, you gotta, see, I was a master of chess, so you gotta know the next person's next 3 month moves. You have to know how a problem evolves. A problem is only a problem when you don't have a solution. Write that down. A problem is only a problem when you don't have a solution. I already know whoever I'm talking to, they have a lot of problems. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to the presentation. You still let them think like they're like they won the lottery, or you won the lottery because you got them in. No, they won the lottery because you let them in. Your posture is everything. I don't need you, I want you. Please be clear. Did that make sense? Yes. Now, before I had 10,000 people a month coming in my business, I had the same posture when I had nobody in my business. Because my attitude was, I was going to do this with or without you. I prefer to do it with you, but please believe I'm going to do it without you. Because I didn't go to church for you. I didn't go to the gym for you. I didn't pray this morning for you. I did that because I needed to do it for me. Did that make sense? Yes. Yes. I needed to be healthy. I went to the gym. I needed God's blessing. I needed to pray. I went to church because I needed to be fed. If you do this business, you're going to need to do it for you. A person convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. Write it down. A person convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. Sidebar, this has nothing to do with this training, and this part of the training. When we're doing boot camp like this and over the weekend, whatever we're doing during this time, during this period of time, I need you to have self-preservation. Huh? I need you to have a person convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. Never get into a convincing conversation. No, I want my water to believe that